Thank you. Kindly take your seats. For those who are still outside, may I ask all of you to kindly join us inside and take your seats? Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll kickstart today's program with the national anthem. So may I ask all of you to kindly rise? Let's have the national anthem, please.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Kindly take your seats. Well, a very good morning to each and every one of you present here today. My name is Sheba Diana Adams, and I'm going to be your host today. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome each and every one of you for the Architecture and Interior Design Awards and Conference 2025 Global Edition hosted at the iconic Taj West in Bengaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear a big, big round of applause, please? Today, we gather to celebrate visionary excellence, the brilliance and creativity that shape the architectural and interior design landscape of India and beyond. This prestigious event is more than just an awards ceremony. It is a tribute to the innovative minds who redefine spaces, seamlessly blending aesthetics with functionality while pushing the frontiers of design. This conference is conceptualized and curated by Beginup India, a distinguished leader in technology, research, ratings, and edtech solutions. Renowned for its pioneering contributions, Beginup has been instrumental in developing key initiatives including India's School Education Standards Adaptability Rating and Ranking Framework, ExitRank.com, a premier platform connecting talent with opportunity, and Interior Design Practitioners Brand Equity Rating. Additionally, Beginup has also consulted over 2,000 firms worldwide, reinforcing its thoughtful leadership in industry research and innovation. It is my privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak, the Dynamic Managing Director of Beginup Research Intelligence Private Limited, Bangalore. A serial entrepreneur, author, and business mentor, Dr. Nayak is a name synonymous with innovation, leadership, and excellence. His best-selling books, 18 But Not Teen, and a self-help business guide, Startup Ladder, have inspired thousands of young minds and aspiring entrepreneurs. His remarkable contributions to the business world have been recognized with prestigious accolades, including the Young Entrepreneur Award presented by Sri Ratan Tata and Sri Narayan Murthy. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak. Beyond his literary and entrepreneurial achievements, Dr. Nayak has also mentored and trained over 25,000 business professionals and students across India, leaving a profound impact on the future of entrepreneurship. Today, we honor awardees from 24 diverse states all across India, representing the country's rich architectural tapestry, from historical heritage to cutting-edge contempt. He was awarded the Padmashri, the fourth highest civilian award in India, for his outstanding contributions to sustainable architecture and affordable housing solutions. We also have with us Dr. Oscar G. Concessao, founder and principal architect, Ponni, Oscar and Rahul Architects, Chennai, and Dr. Miss Ponni M. Concessao, founder and principal architect, Ponni, Oscar and Rahul Architects, Chennai. Welcome, sir and ma'am. We are also joined by architect Mohammad Amin Nayyar, A&A Design Studio Private Limited, New Delhi. Please keep the claps going. And Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran, CK, Professor, School of Architecture, Christ University, Bangalore. We will be joined by Ms. Shailja Awasthi, founder, Sublime Spaces and Places in the evening. And today we also will be joined by architect Jay Shah, founder, Kaizen AI and AXS Design, and also the director of Axis Architects. Thank you so much for joining us here today and gracing us with your presence. As we embark on this journey together, let us embrace the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and creativity that propels our industry forward. Today is more than recognition. It is about inspiration, knowledge sharing, and shaping the future of architecture and design. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to each and every one of you present here today, and let's make today a memorable one. A big round of applause for all of you joining us here today. In India, it is in our culture and tradition to begin a program by lighting the lamp. Let us now start the program and invoke God's blessings by lighting the lamp. May I request all our dignitaries to kindly join us on stage. Requesting our dignitaries to please join us on stage for the lamp lighting. Please keep the claps going, everyone.
Mahaganapatam manasa smarami Mahaganapatam manasa smarami Mahaganapatam manasa smarami Mahaganapatam manasa स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम्.
Thank you all. Can we have a group picture, please? Thank you all. Kindly take your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my immense pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker of the day, Dr. Ms. Ponni M. Concessao, Principal Architect and Founder of Ponni, Oscar and Rahul Architects, Chennai. Architect Dr. Ponni is the first woman architect in Asia to design a state secretariat in India. She has worked on the Prime Minister's Housing for All project and the prestigious Gaganyaan Space Center for ISRO at Sriharikota. Ms. Ponni can be best described as an award-winning nation builder who returned from the USA and dedicated 30 years of her life here in India towards building prestigious government and private projects pan-India and abroad. She has won more than 220 international, national, and state awards for architecture, interior designs, and has been widely published in design magazines and newspapers. Architect Ponni M. Concessao did her B.Arch from NIT Trichy in 1987 and also was the first undergraduate women student there. Later, she did her M.Arch at Cornell University and advanced professional studies at Harvard University. Architect Ponni has worked with internationally renowned architectural firm Edward Larrabee Barnes in New York City on several skyscrapers, university campuses, and stadiums. Before joining her husband in 1996, ushering an era of diverse award-winning projects. Architect Ponni was conferred an honorary doctorate in modern architecture in 2008 in Malaysia and University of Milano for modern architecture and architectural science in 2014. Architect Ponni has also received the Golden Jubilee Distinguished Alumnus Award from NIT Trichy from His Excellency, the President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a big round of applause as we welcome Architect Ponni on stage.
Good morning, everyone. On the outset, I'd like to thank Dr. Amin Nayyar for giving me this amazing opportunity to address an awesome audience such as yourselves. Today, I'm going to talk about our monumental journey, creating design legacies that will hopefully last a lifetime, indeed many lifetimes. As they described earlier, I'm the founding member of Oscar, Ponni and Rahul Architects. And I will talk about, like I said, what makes a design legacy. How do you define and derive a design legacy? This involves consciously shaping architecture that will endure, be valued by future generations, and creating a lasting impact. In a very concise way, I would talk about creating architecture that is indeed very timeless. So for the past 30 years, as you all heard before, Oscar and I are from NIT Trichy, and then we went on to the US to study, and studying in the US and indeed working in the US gave us a huge, huge boost and experience of learning a lot about world architecture. So we have strived to create award-winning international and national projects. And these projects follow many verticals. We're talking about urban design, architecture, interior design, and in many cases, even landscape architecture. Our clients have included both government agencies and non-government agencies, institutions, industrialists, the corporate sector, and what have you. So to the architects that are sitting here, many of you are very young, you should always create a portfolio of both government and non-government. Government is always a challenge to deal with, but if you really want to create something timeless, these are the venues where you can create masterpieces that will last a lifetime and indeed fetch you a good name. We started off our career here in India by designing the Al Ittihad football stadium, not in India, but in Doha, Qatar. We were lucky to have L&T build this for us, but this was one of our first projects. I'll jump into the present and talk about the Telangana State Secretariat in Hyderabad. Indeed, This was an opportunity given to us by the government of Telangana, and it was a magnificent experience, not just interacting with the Chief Minister, but his entire team of very enlightened individuals. Remember, this was again a competition project. We had to compete with the top 20 to 30 architects from India, and it was very well hard fought for. 12 lakh square feet, 1,200 crores, it was built in just 2 years. Of course, this is the stage setting for this beautiful secretariat. It overlooks the magnificent Hussain Sagar Lake, the largest artificial lake in India. Now we're into also designing museums. What you're looking at is the World Telugu Federation Museum in Vizag, Andhra Pradesh. This is also one of our earlier projects. And this is a little bit recent. Now what we do in our firm, we practice something called contextual architecture. And believe me, it's a winning formula. You take architecture that is native to the location that your site is in, and then create an architecture that is timeless. Because why contextual architecture? It has an emotional connect to the people living in that particular area, using that particular building. It's nothing but a sense of pride. So this is a very Dravidian style architecture we built for the late ex-Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Karunanidhi, who was a 5-time Chief Minister, was a great lover of Pallava architecture, was a poet himself. And so we built this 1 lakh square feet edifice here, which contained his memorial, library, and convention center. Now, we are also into educational verticals. We built many buildings in several universities from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I'm showcasing the GRT Institute of Technology in Tirutani, Tamil Nadu, where we brought in elements of neoclassical architecture. So you see, in our firm, we don't have a signature style. We dabble in different styles. And why different styles is because personally, I like to switch gears. I don't like to stick to a particular style of architecture. And second is that you're dealing with the clients, at least my clients, who had a very deep sense of what the brief, they wrote the brief. And they would tell us, look, we want a neoclassical building. And remember, today clients are very well read. A small little query and they're into Google, they find out, they research. They are very well informed before the brief is even written. And if you want to be a successful architect, read your brief well. You're ultimately designing for the end user and of course for yourself and indeed for the country. Now, Oscar and I have been very avowed nation builders, just like a lot of you sitting right there. And so we love to dabble in these different styles of architecture. And remember, India itself is a very rich country. There is no other country in the world that has so many different styles of architecture. East, West, you name it, native Dravidian architecture, native, Rajasthani architecture. So we're living in a very special country which has a laboratory of ideas. And it's for you to interpret it and build these beautiful edifices. Now, this is a very modern building. We have done a lot of building for Shastra University in Tanjavur. This is a huge academic complex, and I'm just showing you a small part, which is the central library of this university. Again, diving into schools, this is the famous temple town of Tiruvannamalai. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this temple, but this is where Lord Arunachala has made his, as a presiding deity of the temple there. And the background, you can see the mountain, the holy mountain of Arunachala. So we took that as an inspiration and we brought in these pyramids. So that's again, not just contextual architecture, it's a question of designing and being inspired by the site. Also, we do a lot of heritage architecture. Now, in Tamil Nadu, we have a very strict heritage committee which deems that any building over 100 years cannot be demolished. It can be refurbished, renovated, and if at all you have to build a building in that campus, it should follow that certain style of architecture. So you're looking at the St. Bede's Auditorium and School in Chennai. That is the auditorium that we built that had to sync with even the dreadful yellow color. But that is how heritage committees work. You have to go into the details of how heritage works, heritage architectural characteristics, and what have you. Now, this is a famous Hindustan University. It's a very large university in Padur, Chennai. we built a very, very modern building here in the shape of an oval, a simple oval. And of course, the inspiration was a Colosseum in Rome. Now, here's an example of architecture that is very Portuguese, very Mediterranean. Why? Because of its curvilinear shapes, tiled roofs, punched windows, and this is for the residents of the Sisters of the Church Park Convent, of which I'm also an alumni. Now, we also have very strong projects in the hospitality sector. We worked with the Meridian Group. What you're looking at is the Lee Meridian Hotel in Coimbatore, Chennai, a 256-room hotel, about 16 acres, built again in a very, very modern, contemporary style, but we have picked in the elements of the temples here again. What you're looking is a mandap that you would find in the center of a temple tank. We picked up those elements. Mentioning about buildings, we've even gone to the Andamans and Nicobar Islands and built this wonderful resort in Havelock Island. Havelock Island, as you all know, is a very famous international destination. And what we did here was to take the island architecture, which is nothing but a lot of slope roofs, very interesting slope roofs, a lot of wooden elements, all of this that gave the island flavor to the end user. We've also done tons and tons of projects in the IT sector. What you're looking at is the Chennai 1 Magnus Opus IT building, which is about 30 lakh square feet. Each floor plate is about 2 lakh square feet. Now what we've done, we've split this gigantic building into modules, each having its strict cores and having connectivities in the ground and the terrace levels. We've also done a lot of very interesting homes. This is the home of Dato Amin in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Now he's a very famous industrialist, owns a string of hospitals all over the world, deals with a lot of European architects, but for his own home he hired us. Again, I'm saying this went through competitions. He wanted us to design a home that was a mix of Malay architecture and Chettinad design, because Dr. Amin's roots went back to Ramnad in India, in Tamil Nadu. So we've had this very beautiful home with 40 columns, very ornate woodwork, all of which was manufactured in Chennai, shipped to Kuala Lumpur, and installed in this building. This was a truly international project because we had a British project manager, a Chinese contractor, Indian workmanship. By the way, all of these materials that you see, the tiles came from Spain. So even though it was a small project, it was wonderful to interact with a very international team. What you're looking at is the Grand Library and Science Center that is being built in Coimbatore as we speak. This is also a very minimalist structure with exposed concrete. It houses a library as well as a science center that is built along the lines of the NASA Science Center in Florida. Very, very interesting project. But remember, each and every project that I'm showing you today was won by competitions. Remember, architecture, if you want to get into this monumental story of creating all this timeless architecture, you have to compete. Never ever think that being architects, projects fall in your lap. Even to this day, after 30 years of work, I still have to prove myself fresh to a new client. That's the thing about architecture. You'll have to constantly reinvent, re-engineer, and keep up the competitive spirit. What you're looking at is a lot of high rises. Now, our experience in New York City was very, very good because A, it helped us understand volumes of space. Never be afraid of volumes of space because that volumes of space can be broken up into modules. These buildings are skyscrapers. What you're looking at is the last image is the hospital that is being built in Hyderabad as we speak by L&T. Skyscrapers are interesting because they give you that verticality. And with the verticality comes a lot of monumentality in architecture. And when you have this vast expanse, it always depends on your skill as an architect to bring in architectural elements that break the scale and create beauty. We are also into bridges. We design a lot of bridges for the infrastructure department. This is on the Mosi River. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Hyderabad, but Hyderabad has this beautiful Mosi River running around, of course a little bit polluted now. The government is now having plans of renovating these bridges, indeed closing down the old ones and building new ones. So we are also into bridge designing. Likewise, we are into other infrastructure projects. It's really too long. What I'm showing you is only the tip of the iceberg of the kind of projects we do. Next, I will move, and this is the last part of my speech, where we'll move into one of the greatest projects that are being built down south in India. It is the statue complex of Shri NTR. I'm sure all of you know who the great actor NTR was. He had two twin roles of his life. He was a very famous movie star, and he was a 3-time Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Remember that, this is housed in the city called Amaravati. I'm sure all of you know where Amaravati is. And in contemporary history, this is going to be a very, very beautiful history that is being built in the times that we live in. So we're going to look at a lot of very ancient concepts that are going to be built in space age style. Now, this is the rendering of Shri NTR. And in this particular case, we had a beautiful setting. Why? Because it had a natural podium of a hill. The hill itself is about 154 meters, and of course, we have lopped off the top to create this architectural podium. This will not only be, a memorial, so to speak, but you have a whole spread of architecture consisting of public spaces such as museums, auditoriums, convention centers, spiritual centers. So if you took your family along with you, you can spend a whole day here. There are activities for both the younger ones, the older ones, and of course, the adults to roam around and see what the space is all about. Now, what our scope here was to do the master planning and the architecture. Again, this was a competition project, a global project where we had to fight hard to get this commission done. Now, what was the vision of this project? It is nothing called HEART. It is called the HEART, actually. This is coined by the government. This is a center where you can learn about heritage. It's also an entertainment center, an arts and culture center, and also recreation. And of course, it's a wonderful tourist spot. This is called today the Statue of Self-Respect. Now, what are the salient features? The client, of course, is the government of Andhra Pradesh. The area of interest is about 161 acres of the Neerkonda Hill area. Of course, we are involved in the master planning of the entire hill. And believe me, if you are an architect who wants to work with in a hilly terrain, it's not an easy task because there's something called cut and fill, which is very, very expensive. If you cut something, you jolly well fill it someplace else. Otherwise, your costs climb up. So what we did was a master planning of the entire hill, design of individual buildings and pavilions. And of course, the statue matches the statue of the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel statue in Gujarat. 182 meters. It's roughly about 600 feet or 60 stories high. Now, the purpose of this monument is to showcase India's cultural excellence, catalyze and combine tourism with economic development. Remember, if one thing I've learned in the US is that when you create buildings, especially public buildings, it better be a revenue spinner because that revenue actually helps in maintaining the entire complex. And of course, engineering innovation with cultural heritage. Now, what was our approach and methodology? We tried understanding the master plan of Amaravati and its developments. As you know, let me educate you a bit on Amaravati. It is a vision of the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, a fantastic dynamic vision of the city that will indeed spell out the future of Andhra Pradesh, which is going to be a fantastic dynamic one. We also had to do detailed studies on various hilltop monuments. We also had to do studies of statue monuments all across the world. And of course, there's something called data collection, which is very, very, it was not an easy task on Dr. NTR's film and political journey. Now we're looking at the, you know, the map, the master plan of Amravati. And the little red circle you see there is the Neerkonda Hill. If you look at the blow up, the Neerkonda Hill is a pear-shaped hill, as you can see there, surrounded by a humongous body of water. It's a beautiful, beautiful setting. And if you looked at, we also had to see this, roughly about 6.7 kilometers from the Secretariat of Amravati that will span the distance right up to the center of the statue. So relatively close to the statue. These are going to be the two landmarks in the city of Amravati. Now, we also studied these hilltop monuments. We studied the Acropolis in Greece, the Edinburgh Castle in UK, and indeed the Amber Palace right here in our own country of India. Now, the Acropolis, and this is why I keep telling architects, learn your history of architecture. You learn that you don't have to, there's no need to reinvent the wheel because the formula is already set. It's a boring subject, but believe me, it helps you a lot later on in practice. If you look at the Acropolis, as you all know, it is in Athens, the capital city of Greece. It's nothing but a fortified high ground. So they had this huge big hill. They lopped off the top, created a high ground, a citadel that is located in Athens. It was built by the statesman Pericles. Pericles was a great statesman, and indeed this was built to celebrate the victory of the Greeks over the Persians. That's the reason why it was built. And it was designed by Ictinus and Callicratus. And there's a very famous sculptor called Phidias who oversaw the beautiful statue of Athena Parthenos, which is a presiding deity on the temple of Parthenon. And of course, it was a city of the symbols, power, and culture. So we're trying to, these were the case studies that we did to understand the monumentality of how you create a statue on a hill. Now, the Edinburgh Castle was also a very nice example of a palace complex that was built right on top of a hill. So is the Amber Palace, which is also in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Now, we also did a comparison of the world's statues, and believe me, India leads for the largest and the highest statues. We have to be very proud about it. If you look at the other statues, you're looking at the Spring Temple in China, Japan, the Statue of Liberty, which the West really touts as something fantastic, is actually dwarfed by the statues that we are building in our own country. Then, of course, the statues in Russia and the beautiful statue of Christ the Redeemer. And we did a study of all different types of facilities that are normally enjoyed by people in these kind of complexes. We had to study the heights of all of these statues. Not only that, we had to look at the structural systems of how you design these statues. These are all statues again in India, China, like I mentioned before. And then the government of Hyderabad, I'm very sorry, I apologize, Andhra Pradesh, was very particular on the posture. Remember, when you design a statue, it's not an easy task to just pick up a posture and say, yes, we're going to design this with a man standing this way. But there is a technology that goes behind it. What we are now doing is silicon bronze, 8 to 10 mm, RCC concrete core with steel frame, and the lost wax precision detailing and sand casting. Now, these are the latest technologies in statue design. We also had to go through this huge exercise of understanding what was NTR's favorite poses. There's indeed a huge committee that examined all of these poses, and we gave all of these suggestions of NTR sir's famous, postures. And I think the most famous of him was his hand on the hip and the outstretched hand. For some reason, that was the most popular one. We did studies of this. And if you can see the section, you see the top of the hill is lopped off, and it actually goes down in the series of steps that goes along with the terrain. And this is the actual section of the statue. Now, there's going to be a gallery at two levels. One is at the heart level, and the other one is at the shoulder level. And what you're going to see is that along the outstretched arm, you're going to have people go through the arm, and at the palm, we're going to have a observation deck right at the palm of his hand. And that is the proposal that we have requested. and the government is looking at the ways and means and budget of handling this very, very complex statue and its observatory decks. Now, before we went into all this, we had to understand his timeline, when he was born, who he got married to, and his very, very famous movie career. He was known for taking the avatar of Krishna in most of his films. They're all mythological Hindu films that had a huge psychological impact in the minds of the people at that point in time. And of course, he is the one who created the Telugu Desam Party, his first term as chief minister, second term, and indeed the third term. And of course, he passed away in 1996. Now, I'll quickly not take too much of time. The hill as such, we did computer simulation. So this is the hill of Neerkonda. We have flattened the top to create the architecture and the podium. This is the master plan, the entry, the exit. There are 2 necklace roads. We've created 2 necklace roads that will go around, and this little circle is where you converge, and that's where you'll see NTR's statue right over there with a lot of other facilities. This is an aerial view. The first phase will have the statue and the museums. Now, if you look really, this is a U-shaped architectural feature here, which has got a lot of wax museums, 3 wax museums, a museum on his ornaments and costumes, a wax museum on his epic movies, and the third will be his political life. Over the other side, you will see cineplexes, auditoriums, animation studio, and art center and library. And the center of it all is a reflecting pool. So you would actually enter in here. This is the circulation space. You could get into these spaces, and of course, you will have the utility areas on the peripheral side. Just a close-up of the whole thing. And of course, we have to design the bridges. We have given about 6-7 options to the government of Andhra Pradesh to create these beautiful bridges. So you have to remember, as architects, you have to create something called sequential experience. And you will see that in Japanese gardens, where from the portal, the entrance, you move through the different sequences, different architectural spaces, and then you go to the main element. That is what makes architecture a very, very creative and excellent field that creates lasting impact on timeless masterpieces such as this. Now, this is a view that you would get from the other side of Amaravati, the Amaravati city. The entrance, as I explained before, these are the roads that are being built. It's a very nasty terrain, by the way. It's not easy building on hillside terrains. These are the typical module of how the roads would go, pedestrian strips, parking areas, and of course, pavilions. Remember, when you do a master planning for a tourist center like this, pavilions are very, very important. A very beautiful entrance arch greets you at the bottom of the statue. And this is again the architectural elements that you see in close quarters. We've gone in for a neoclassical style, not very, very classical, but a touch of classicism, because most of the movies that NTR acted in was very, very classical. So we had to bring in that little bit of element of classicism. Now, if you look at the zoning plan, it's very simple. The utility corridors are on the extremities. This is the arrival hall that I was talking to you about. This is the circulation area, the reflecting pool, and here's where the statue stands. Now, there are the sets of museums and auditoriums on either side, and each of them have its own dedicated courtyards. Remember, in public spaces, it's very important to create courtyards because they become areas of refuge and relief. So we've taken all that into consideration. The same thing happens in the first floor. Now, this is a typical visitors circulation that I mentioned before. And also remember, we've created food courts here, so that after you finish up with all of your touring, you come here, relax, and then leave out on your way out. Now, this is just nothing but the details. You can see the courtyard spaces on the green squares that you can see here. Now, the other thing is, when you design these kind of complexes, you'll have to bring in a lot of lighting and ventilation. And one thing that the government of Andhra Pradesh told us is, try to make it as net zero as possible. In our country, to create 100% net zero building is indeed a very big challenge. But what we've done is we have created MEP centers where we'll bring in a lot of solar panels, a lot of engineering technologies that can bring in natural light and ventilation. Try to keep it as sustainable as possible. First floor plan, the terrace plan, and of course, this is the sections. We had to work through the hilly terrain. Believe me, it's not easy. And this is the transverse section where you'd see the reflecting pool and the museum and art center on either side. Now, the interior design was another challenge because the government of Andhra Pradesh preferred classical design. So we have created both the classical and modern designs. We're just pushing for the modern designs, so hopefully that will happen. This is the NTR Wax Museum, another view of the same museum. The Museum of Ornaments and Costumes, there are so many ornaments, so many costumes. His Ratha itself was a huge model. It's life size, and to accommodate all of this was quite a challenge. This is the art center and library, the animation studio. Remember, this is another hallmark of our times. Every memorial you create, every public space you create, it's become sort of an instrument for the current generation to experience the animation part of what NTR would have been, how he would have moved around. You can actually interact with him. These are animation studios that allow all of these experiences to happen. Very, very immersive. The Cineplex, and of course the NTR auditorium that can seat about 1,000, and there's another auditorium for 2,000 people. So we've created all these modules of auditoriums for smaller gatherings, mid-sized gatherings, and very large gatherings. Of course, his political journey in another gallery. And of course, you have the viewing gallery of the Amravati capital. Like I mentioned before, there is a viewing gallery at the heart level and the outstretched palm level. This is at the heart level, where you can get a huge vista of the Amravati city. We also have the model of NTR's home, a very modest home that he lived in. Of course, this is the last part of my presentation, and this is the external lighting. What I have found in all of our very large projects, remember this project is about 3,000 crores. The other project we did, the Telangana State Secretariat, was about 1,200 crores. And after you finish these wonderful buildings, it is only the external lighting that can give you that effect at the night time. People actually judge your building for all of this. This is the lighting of the statue per se, the external lighting of the buildings. Now what we have done is, the architecture itself is very modular, very rectilinear, very simple. Why? Because you don't want to overshadow the main feature, which is the statue. And secondly, wayfinding is very critical. When you design huge complexes like this, try to keep your complex layout very simple so that even a 5-year-old can find his way through. And that's precisely what we have done here. This is the external lighting that you would get on Independence Day. Thank you very much for being a very patient audience. I'm requesting a few minutes of your time to look at the video of our
in the
beautiful
heart of a
NTR
reawakening
memorial.
landscape, where tradition embraces progress and dreams are built into the very soil, stands a vision larger than life. This is not just a monument. It is a story cast in stone. A story of a man who rose from the silver screen to the hearts of millions. A leader, a legend, a symbol of Andhra Pradesh's pride, drive, N.T. Rama Rao. Welcome to the Dr. NTR statue and museum, an immersive destination that celebrates legacy, culture, and the timeless power of imagination. Here, architecture becomes emotion, and every space whispers a piece of history. What stands before you is not only one of the world's tallest statues, but the beating heart of a cultural renaissance. Soaring to a height of 182 meters and perched on a 122-meter elevation, the Dr. NTR statue is more than a marvel. It is a message of unity, identity, and inspiration for generations to come. This towering icon now defines the skyline of Amaravati, standing proudly alongside the newly emerging Capital City Plaza, the lotus-inspired Assembly Building, and the government towers that symbolize a bold new future. Together, They shape a skyline that bridges heritage with progress. The journey begins at the majestic NTR Bridge, guiding visitors into a world of grandeur. As you approach the site, you are welcomed by a lush, green arrival experience. A carefully landscaped entry plaza, filled with water features, shaded gathering areas, and tranquil spaces for pause and reflection. Designed with care and foresight, the site offers ample parking for both private vehicles and buses, ensuring a smooth, stress-free arrival. Around the entrance, utility blocks provide essential services like lockers, a convenience store, restrooms, and even an emergency clinic, all seamlessly integrated for visitor comfort. This is more than a destination, it's a statement in sustainability. Solar panels stretch across rooftops to harness clean energy, while infrastructure for electric vehicles promotes green mobility. Every detail reflects a conscious commitment to the future. At the heart of the development lies a visionary concept. Heart, heritage, entertainment, arts and culture, recreation, and tourism. This philosophy comes to life forms overlooking the entire campus. This vertical expression mirrors the rise of the man himself, elevating from actor to visionary, from servant to statesman. Nature and design move as one. The site's undulating terrain is embraced through trekking paths and scenic walkways. A ropeway system glides above, linking the three major zones. Phase 1, the statue and museum. Phase 2, the convention center. And Phase 3, the spiritual and meditation center. Each zone offers a different rhythm, from cultural discovery to peaceful introspection. At the summit of the experience lies serenity, a space to breathe, reflect, and reconnect with one's inner self. Everything here, from infrastructure to symbolism, has been crafted with purpose. This isn't just a tribute to a man. It is a beacon of identity for a state, a landmark of vision, a space where the soul of Andhra Pradesh is not only remembered, but revived. Welcome to a destination where heritage rises skyward. Welcome to a place where imagination and memory walk hand in hand. Welcome to the legacy of Drive N. T. Rama Rao, timeless, towering, and truly transformative.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for architect Ponni. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the interesting and insightful session. Well, next up we have a session by architect Jay Shah, founder of Kaizen AI and AXS Design, and director of Axis Architects. Architect Jay Shah is an accomplished architect who has been at the forefront of integrating artificial intelligence within the architecture, engineering, and construction industries. With over 15 years of experience in leading large-scale projects around the world, Jay has successfully blended architectural expertise with advanced technology to drive innovation in real estate. As the founder of Kaizen AI, Jay has overseen the development of more than 150 global projects, achieving over $5.4 billion in tangible profitability. His extensive knowledge of AI, BIM, and emerging technologies has positioned Kaizen AI as a leader in optimizing value, enhancing design, and ensuring sustainability in large-scale developments. In his role as a director of Axis Architects, Architect Jay has consistently driven architectural innovation, delivering iconic and sustainable projects that resonate with both clients and communities. As a non-executive partner at AXS Design, he plays a key role in acquiring Yann Leroy Architects in Paris and Studio Area in Bangkok, combining local expertise with global design excellence. Architect Jay's work has been recognized with numerous accolades and featured in prestigious publications such as College Times and The Real Deal. His contributions to the field has earned him awards including Emerging Architect of India and recognition for Kaizen AI as the Startup of the Year by Narratco and Economic Times. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome architect Jay Shah on stage.
Hi, everybody. Um, so I was asked to speak to a room full of architects and interior designers, and I'll speak about what I think will happen in the future and how best we can adapt to it. I'll give you a little bit of introduction about my background. I happened to go for a master's way back in 2008, where I happened to come across a professor back then who was talking about artificial intelligence, which seemed like a pretty crazy sci-fi movie. And the computers weren't, at that time, to give you an idea, the kind of people who were using the technology that we were talking about was, the guys who designed the bullet train, NASA, and things like that. It seemed really out there. We would set up a problem statement and we would wait 2 weeks to get some results out. Often we'll get a null set out. The technology in terms of the hardware really started coming to a point where it caught up, maybe around 2015. And I think the last 3-4 years, we've all seen, in a pretty big way, the impact that AI is having on our lives. So just, we'll make it a little more interactive. Just by a show of hands, who's used AI today? Just, it's a decent. Who's used it is ChatGPT versus used for like Mid-Journey. Like, I'm talking about like from an architecture perspective versus general perspective. So first, let's just do from a general perspective. Who's used it? It's a lot of the room. And from an architectural perspective for renderings, Mid-Journey, brilliant. So you've had a bit of this thing. I see about 50% of the room has done it. So of course, my background is in this. We also are an InQB partner with Google. Their PropTech division sits out of New York, and we've been helping them with that platform called Delve. So we're pretty clued in terms of what is coming, not only what already exists. And I want to talk about these 3 things today. Where is AI today? Where will it be in the near future? And how to adapt/thrive in this new reality. I am assuming the frame of reference as what everybody I believe here is, which is sort of an architecture firm. So you could be a smaller firm, a larger firm, etc. Mid-sized firm is what I'm thinking, but doing medium to large scale projects. Why do I mention this adapt thrive? I believe that over the next 5 to 7 years, about 80% of the man hours done in typical large offices will be replaced by AI. I've said this quite publicly on TEDx and a bunch of platforms, so it'll be interesting if I'm wrong. But I believe this for a reason. So what we've done is that just kind of gone through the typical process, right? So from design feasibility all the way to post-construction. You typically go through different things that we do as architects. And I have actually mentioned programs that are available today that are often able to do a rather good job of that particular thing. So there's this misnomer with regards to AI where you just put something in and you get something out. It'll replace what we do in entirety. That's not going to happen. But typically, as you may have experienced, if you want to do renderings, there are certain platforms that do renderings really well. So you got to know what is worth doing or what platform is good at doing what. But if one is doing that, then for each one of these, and please feel free to click a photograph and kind of actually run through these, you'd be surprised at how good they are today and how good they are at replacing that particular part of what we do today. Today we'll spend a little bit of time on these 3 or 4 of them that, I'll actually take you through what some of these can do. But I can tell you, a lot of our time goes in coordination, good for construction drawings. That's where majority of man hours go in large offices. You'd be surprised at how good some of these platforms have become. And don't get me wrong, none of them are good enough to be used professionally today. But I have seen them improve almost on a weekly, monthly basis over years. And I can tell you that this is coming. And we must find a way to work with it rather than against it. A little bit of background about where I come from. I spoke a bit about my education. I come from a sort of a legacy architecture firm. So my father happens to run a large architecture firm that still is going quite strong. So that's called Access Architects. That's the skyline in Mumbai, the main skyline with Marine Drive, etc. All the buildings in blue are done by his firm. So I come from a background of course, having studied in the US, worked in the US, then have done a whole bunch of work on large, complicated projects under him. And I realized around 2018 when I built Kaizen AI that there is a bit of a shift that's happening about what a firm like his will be in the future. When I say that a part of people will be replaced, that is going to happen with all firms. So what is not going to be replaced is, I feel, asking the right questions, the conceptualization, the picking what to get from the AI. To that end, we've actually acquired an architecture firm based out of Paris and Bangkok, Studio Jan Leroy Architects, and Jan Leroy joins us as design director. So I'll talk a bit about, of course, what we've done with this AI-based reality, but also, how we have adapted to what we feel that new future is going to be. Hopefully, it is of help to you guys. So I'll talk a bit about what Kaizen does. So this is actually a platform which is a support to architects. So we're not actually taking on architecture on a project. We're doing something called optimization on a project. What does that mean? We realize that today the industry is at such a place where it's a particularly capital intensive, environmentally intensive industry. And one is always looking at, is the design that we've done the most optimal version of that? So how do you define optimization? You have certain parameters that are valuable, right? So from an environmental perspective, embodied carbon, operating carbon, end of life waste, etc. From a sort of financial perspective, saleable area, construction cost, construction time. A lot of clients will always tell you, can you get me more saleable area, things like that. So the idea here is to actually let the architect take advantage of the front end. So we're not coming in to replace the architect. We say the architect actually does the conceptualization of the project. It actually does all of the front end on the project. What we do is that without changing the design contours, which means without changing the overall vision of the architect, is there a potential of being able to make it more optimal across the parameters I mentioned? So what we typically do is, the simplest way of explaining what we do is something called multi-parameter optimization, which is typically you'll do 3, 4, 5, 10 options. We typically run anywhere from 130 to 150,000 options. We do that in less than a week. We test each one of these options against parameters set out to find what is the most optimal version of that. If that were to be done manually, that would take years possibly. We're doing it in less than a week. What is the advantage of that? So I'll take you through a case study of a project where we were actually able to already apply that and the building is built, etc. So this is a building that was master planned by SOM out of New York, then a local architect actually took it ahead. This is in Mumbai, high-rise building, 150 meters tall. You had a building that was already built, and the same building was to be replicated on the side. Now the challenge here was, typically we like coming in right before approvals. It allows us certain advantages. Here we actually got involved. Approvals were done. Construction had begun on site. If anybody knows anything about optimization and value engineering, that's the worst possible time to come in on a project. And they had sold apartments, which means one can't touch the apartments. One can't change the piles that have already been driven on the soil. So it is pure optimization while staying true to what the architect had originally envisioned. While doing that, these two buildings have the exact same apartment layouts. This building, by the way, is built, handed over in 2022. There's a slightly older image. But between the two buildings, keeping the same apartment layout, keeping the same number of floors, we were actually able to increase saleable area by about 13%. Think about what that means. The apartments are the same, the footprint's the same, increasing what you're selling by 13%. Generally, if you increase what you sell by 13%, you increase what you construct by about 26%. We actually reduced construction by about 24%. And we reduced the FSI consumption by about 11% per floor. It's not magic, it's just, we all come across multiple options as we go through and as engineers come in and everybody comes in and the building becomes the building. It's rarely feasible to run 150,000 options on what we have originally envisioned. So the thought process here was, of course, the apartments can't change, the facade can't change. This is the building that was already built. If you don't change the apartments, you don't change the facade, what do you change? You can look at the common area. Common area is mandated by code everywhere in the world. In Hyderabad, it is basically all of the common area. In Mumbai, it is different. Here, what we were able to do is actually same number of elevators, same number of staircases. We were able to reduce common area by about 27%, while actually reducing FSI by about 11%. With that, we went from 83 cars on a floor to 145 cars on the same floor plate. You see the impact of optimization? No floating columns, no change to slab outline, no change to apartments. No mechanical or stack parking, just optimization of number of slots. So this gives you a little bit of background about what multi-parameter optimization is. In essence, how it works is a little more technical than makes sense, but happy to talk more. We've been able to apply this across multiple projects around the world. So it's not a Mumbai-based or an India-based thing. This is a project we're doing right by the marina in Miami, where we were actually able to make an impact of about 70 million US dollars. This is Fort Lauderdale, again, Florida. where the impact was about a 50,000 square foot reduction, and we were able to reduce one entire floor plate. That's in Dubai. So we've done that quite a lot, Malaysia. So we've done it quite a lot across the world. And it gives you a little bit of a background. So we've done obviously quite a few projects around the world, working with some of the top guys in India at least. It gives you a little bit of a background of how much of an impact we're talking about. Because if you're talking about a top line difference of a 10 to 15%, it tells you how much of a gap exists between what we typically do human versus what is possible with AI. And I say this just from a point of view of until one really builds these things out, and unfortunately some of these things are still in the domain of very, very well guarded secrets. These are not softwares which you will get off the shelf to use outside, but this is what is coming in the next few years. I can tell you that. We're not the only ones who's doing stuff like this, and I can tell you that all of this will impact you sooner rather than later. Let's talk about simpler things. These are things that I'm sure all of you all have used already. So interior design, kind of just trying out different versions of it. I'm sure a lot of people have tried out, different versions from a materiality perspective. Are you aware now you're able to actually take 3Ds out of it? So now it goes from a non-vector to a vector file, which will move into materiality. Think about if one is able to create that platform that is able to give somebody that image, and they can, the materiality that they see is actually materiality that is available for one particular vendor. Think about the impact of that from not only the visualization perspective, but also the business perspective. So I of course have a lot to speak about, this, but I want you to think about not where we are today, which is what a lot of us is using it for, which is visualization, but where we will go tomorrow. Because these are just joining dots. These are actually not so difficult to do at all. So I'll get to this, which is what do we do about this? That we know that a lot of the work that we're doing today will, let's say, be helped/replaced by AI. I really like this quote. This is where we begin. Remember, it is still us that gets to pick what makes sense, where it makes sense, how it makes sense, what are the questions to ask, what are the prompts to give. So yes, while the amount of time that we spend on something will shrink drastically, the quality of our work will actually go up quite a lot. But it will if we use these tools to our benefit. So think of this as a partnership, to which I come to the reason why we acquired the architecture firm. So Jan is Frenchman, old school, does beautiful sketches by hand. He spent 6 months of the year in our Mumbai office, and we've got a large table about the size of this stage, and he'll put out a tracing paper, and in the morning he'll start on one side and he'll literally end on the other side in the evening. His hand is magic. He's a genius. He's literally built some of the top buildings around the world. He's been featured in the New York Times a bunch of times, etc. Done some of the top hospitality projects, done some of the top commercial buildings, residential buildings in the world. This is just some of the work. Sofitel New York is him, of course. St. Regis Residences in Bangkok. Jumeirah Lake Towers, Dubai, is master planned by him. Jumeirah Golf Estates is him. This is a project that we did in Mumbai. Mumbai, as you know, has, unfortunately, the high-rise architecture has become a little bit stale. And the reason is that our rules are rather let's call them binding. There's a reason for that. Because we've all been looking at the same thing over and over again in the same way. So this is actually a project we did where we've reimagined within the financial constraints and the approval constraints how buildings work in that city. And these are buildings that have been engineered. And the idea here is, again, the most important. So when somebody says villas in the sky, you start with something like this other than the typical, penthouses that we see. And you'd be surprised at the quality of work that you're able to put out when you do something like this. And in this short time, that's all I would like to really share today. I end with this, but these are just kind of my 2 cents. The world is changing, and you'll see that sooner rather than later. But there is actually a huge opportunity in that. There's definitely a huge advantage from an upskilling perspective. But the even bigger advantage was that once upon a time, if you wanted to do R&D, you had to be a large firm with an R&D division, with real serious money to do R&D. That's not true anymore. Most of the tools that I spoke about are free, freemium, etc. Even as a single person firm, you can start looking at how do you upskill, how do you start using these tools today to do better than maybe the large legacy firms have been doing for all these years. And you'd be surprised at how much of a gap you'll be able to create just through the use of these tools. And thus I mentioned that today, each one of us needs to invest in R&D, even if you're a single person firm. So whether you master usage of existing platforms, build your own, or just help others put together a right mix for their firm, this market is completely untapped. And I'm excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Architect Jay. Well, next up, we have a very interesting session coming up by Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran, CK, who is currently serving as a director of Anantapadmam Builders Private Limited and also serving as a professor, School of Architecture, Christ University, Bangalore. Professor Dr. Ajay is serving as a standing appellate committee member of the apex body of AICTE and also currently serving as the honorary secretary of GEM ASSOCHAM, the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, Karnataka chapter from June 2020 till date. He is the former principal of SJBIT and also the former dean of BGS School of Architecture and Planning, BGS Knowledge City, Bangalore. He's a certified trainer of Indian Knowledge System by University Grant Commission, Department of Education, Government of India. Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran, CK, has filed over 50 patents, out of which 28 patents have been granted by the Government of India, international Scopus journal publications of around 31. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran, CK, is also the fellow of Indian Institute of Architects, fellow of Institute of Town Planners, India, and fellow of Institute of Valuers, India, associate member of Indian Institute of Interior Designers, associate life member of Indian Society of Technical Education, Green and Eco-Friendly Movement. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran, CK. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Festival seasons are awaiting for us. Today, in fact, we are beginning with a lot of insights shared by very eminent personalities and our same fraternity who's sharing various thoughts. First, to recognize our guru, our teacher, Professor Jaisim sir, Krishnarao Jaisim sir. It is very, very difficult to stand in front of you and to share some thoughts. We still go back to the initial days of our architecture at BMS. Always inspiring. You have been the source for us to ignite the journey. All these years, we keep listening to you and look at your phenomenal work, inspiring. Obviously, well-respected, regarded fatherly figure, Padmashri G. Shankar sir. Always we look up to him for the commitment of what he has got towards the society, and he has always taught us architecture has various dimensions. One of the dimensions is design. This is very hard to realize that and to share that such commitments, and we truly respect those insights. My good friend, always I look up to Amin Bhai for his noble thoughts and his journey, and he keeps inspiring us, traveling and sharing. It's not just about his work. Obviously, it does phenomenal work, large-scale work, public work, international scale of practice, and we look up to him and we keep getting inspired. Once in a while, when we meet such, I'm sure all of you and each one of you are immense potential, I would say, high volatile, high value professionals. So I already started the session, sharing the session that festival season is around and already the festivities have started. Obviously, scale matters, the size of the project matters, and the kind of detailing matters. We look up to Ponni Madam and Oscar sir for their wonderful insights and the most recent project they have shared. And very difficult to, as the project is getting commissioned, on the due commissioning, and a whole lot of details are all out. It's like a premiere show in front of all of us. You know. So we are grateful for getting all these insights, what's happening in that part of the city, and large projects, public projects. We are happy to note that India is changing, and one of that very hallmark examples what we get to see. You know? We are second to none. We are patriotic in our own ways. Obviously, architects are highly patriotic in that way. We could see that our country is putting across all large-scale projects. Right thing for us to recognize. First time I'm hearing Jay Shah. Mr. Jay Shah was realizing and answering and questioning us through his thought-provoking slides, adaptive. The point as he asked us is adaptive. Are we ready? Are we ready for this? Can you go back to the first slide, please? First slide. He was talking about optimization. He was talking about value engineering, which I feel the world has been seeing this from the last 15 years, 10 to 15 years. Optimization, I think he was igniting the thought regarding the processes. Small form, medium forms, and bigger forms. I keep reminding myself and others that we are part of a built environment, not just design, architecture, urban design, urban planning, and landscape. So whatever most of us keep sharing is day in and out, we are part of this journey. Some are 20, some are 30, some are 40, some are aspiring to be ever in the field, inspiring like Jaisim sir. He's always the youngest among the crowd. He reminds us that it's a journey, and the journey gives different shades of surprises. The journey is full of surprises. So when I started for today's session, I was thinking, to capture imagination of professional fraternity, even though we are also exploring. We do things at Ananta. First slide, please. First slide. The keep. Yeah. Today's a short session. I wanted to share some thoughts, some questions, some answers we will try to explore together. I feel a whole lot of opportunities, whole lot of, it's the same thing which we are saying, whole lot of opportunities, whole lot of conviction, whole lot of excitement. When we say the future of architecture practice, don't get me wrong, future of built environment. Architecture, design, I would say now everybody is in the field of creativity. I would say, in short, creativity. Everybody is an architect, everybody is a designer, everybody is a creative person. So, how things are shaping up. We all know in and out that first the project is commissioned, given, then we think about the drawings. It's not the drawings which get the projects. It's always the project is being given to you, then you think about the drawings. So it's drawing and design and creativity comes at a later stage. The greater part of the creativity happens when you meet people, when you converse, when we discuss. Sometimes some of the clients would have come to you, I'm sure most of you will recognize those golden moments. A short interaction, a project is decided and given to you. You'll be worried, like that immense confidence the other person had on me. I would say personality, persona. There is beyond drawings. People look up to you at various, maybe your a thought, maybe your work, maybe a client reference, maybe the goodwill, maybe a friend who thought you should be there. Various blessings do happen. And these blessings define the architecture journey. So I was just looking at the future of built environment, architecture, design or whatever, creativity, how it will be. Is it a process? Is it a product? Is it a tool? Or is it a thought? Is it a question? Is it an answer which we are trying to figure it day and out? Are we adding value? Are we adding happiness? Are we adding efficiency? Are we adding economy? Are we adding business? Whole lot of perspectives, opinions, perspectives, and we are keep on adding. We are there to help. We are there to serve. What's the future, immediate future? When we say future, not so long future we are looking at, immediate future. Things are shaping from fourth economy to third economy. The scale matters, speed matters. Less is not more in that aspect. We need to do a whole lot of things. But less is more in those aspects where when we see, where do we do all these things? Like the previous speaker also had mentioned, small firms can do large impact. There's nothing called small, large, medium and all. It's up to you. Pencil is the most powerful tool and communication becomes a powerful canvas. I don't think anything can suffice that. The blunt thinking, the nuances of thinking and I would say the excitement, the intricacies, the insights, the peace, the calmness, the literature might give you much more than all the tools put together. We believe in technology, definitely. You are as good like the tools. Technology revolution, we are going through it. There's no end to it. I'm sure each one of you in your own domain, in your own workshops, studios, in your own work palette, you have kept certain aspects with respect to the tool. Before they used to say 3 years to 5 years, technological upgrading has to happen. Now it's almost yearly. I would say it should not become 6 months. It will be very difficult, right? Everything has already become subscription-based, right? Tools. But tools are also trying to, can we combine this feature with that feature and that feature? It's technology. So I would say the technology of thought is not replaced. Artificial intelligence, I would call it augmented intelligence. It's all over there, and we are trying to figure it out. And then we're trying to take it to the next level. It's all there. We are trying to bring in. We are trying to bring out the nuances from that. What is fed is being given. It's like a baby. This baby is now going to high school. That's the level of the training given to the artificial intelligence. We are soon going to get a highly professional. Now they are calling it like a PhD level, postdoctoral level kind of. We will see the transformation. With all these things, when we get into our smaller way of executing things in our own domain, you will know you have all the best technologies, you have all the tools, you have all the hardware with you. And again, with that to do, when you do a project, the fundamental questions keep coming to you. We can ask questions, but we need to find answers. The beauty lies not in the question, the beauty lies in the answers which we try to decipher out of it. And the meaning which has got the impact. So technology revolution, already I'm sure, everybody. Everything what we, each and every tool which we are, in that background is intellectual property rights, in that background. The nuances, the augmented information in front of us, bombarded with information, with all the AI tools in front of us, we have to still maintain that ethical way or the intellectual hallmark or the identity out of it. Previous session also we heard, we well respected that aspect that the initial thought is very important. The thought the vision get translated into drawings. So initial multiplicity of initial thoughts will lead the show. So a big ideating boom. Canvas is multiplied, time is saved. From the real hardworking kind of profession to ideate, it has become the decision-making profession. Then the detailing, the workforce will take. It's like a factory where we start. What is the input? What is the output? What is the scale? What is that impact it has got? What are the markets we are trying to serve? It is more or less getting into that. But all it starts with that initial thought. Where it has to lead, what it has to. I don't think that decision making will be possible. Maybe. We don't know. Tomorrow is unknown. We are looking at all kinds of realities. This we used to hear from Mahabharata. Sanjaya used to see what's happening. Extended realities. Virtual reality, we are talking about extended realities, is all there in our Puranas. People used to know. It has been discussed various times. Projections, I would say. AI becomes a bubble market. 5% of impact is what the recent studies are showing. It is giving results, but the overall bubble is able to only convert 5% of impact. It is making a big change in all the fields. But the result, what they are saying, quantifying, and various people have different takes on it. But definitely, you are as good like your tool, you are as good like your technology. We have to be wise and safe with that technology, and otherwise, we will be over-dependent. Extended realities, people want more. A client comes to you and say that, can you give me hundreds of options? In that hundreds of options, they have to reduce it to some few options. From that option, so decision-making options giving, I would say a ranking. Qualitative aspect and quantitative aspect, we look at it and ranking, and then informed choices, and then what impact can give. It's basically research-based stuff. We are giving values to it. We are looking at the weightage. If this weightage is given, what will be the outcome? If that weightage is happening. So all kinds of possibilities. And quickly. We have other things to do, so we want to value time and efforts and a whole lot of things. everything is interconnected. Design process, construction, there's robots, and we are looking at chatbots. And they say we have released so many chatbots, and many of the chatbots are not doing that great effectively. And I am sure gestation period. Now the entire system is in the PhD postdoctoral is what they are claiming, but the reality is on the high school level. Soon it will be in that research domain certified level, and from there it will be to a high performing professional level, and it should all happen. As we discuss, it will all happen. And sustainable practices, the previous discussion also we heard that it's all about choices of materials. There's a lot of science involved. Carbon emission, what is the production cycle, what kind of energy has gone into it. All these things is difficult to remember. So all the mundane work, the technology will take care. It gives you a whole lot of possibilities to take those decisions. Happiness, wellness, more productivity, more and more. We are not satisfied. We want more and more. What extent, I don't know. A span of 100 years can be multiplied into thousands of years, not possible, but still we want more and more and more. We are in the more of a demanding scale. We are not happy. We are not content. That's a big problem. We want more. We want the extreme. We are always looking future. And in this, all these negotiations, creativity should exist, soulful architecture should exist, culture should exist. Society should exist. People-centric should exist. We are eliminating people and then we are telling people-based architecture. So there is a lot of dichotomy. We say technology, then they say technology has ruined the humanity, humanness, and information and strategy and design guidelines and various strategic recommendations. They say we are heading to almost 60%. Say in another few years, 1 or 2 years, 75%, you have no choice. 75% of your industry is taken over by technology, science, and well-informed. That means to say, upskilling. You are there for 30 years, somebody with 2 years, 3 years will come into the field and say, I have upskilled. That's not a problem. You can always do it. There are going to be establishments, businesses, new models, startups coming up and saying they are going to bring in this metadisciplinary aspects into it. Firm of a different kind. Somebody is talking about music and architecture in the firm. Somebody is talking about lighting and architects. Are already there as consultants. Now it will be much beyond that. Global adaptation, each and every firm is looking at customizing their unique softwares. By the time the major software changes the route, your software is also dependent. By the time you start implementing, your chatbot has to be again redefined. Otherwise, you will not exist. The baby parallelly as an AI is changing. So our tools, today we will recognize one tool, tomorrow that tool will not be possible. That skill what we have developed in implementing, hands-on, everything it cannot do, right? You have to, there is a human intervention, right? The best of the best Ferraris need a Michael Schumacher to handle it, right? So the skill, the competency, and the technology, adaptation is happening. 75% will take over with the technology. The product and the processes, the entire factory production, what we are envisaging, that I don't know how things will be streamlined, right? There's a process in every firm, how the entire process of the workflow happens, right? There are certain skills, certain personalities involved. It's not personality driven, but however, most of the creative order will have all these roles and responsibilities assigned based on their competency and the skill I'm sure you're getting what I'm saying. All these things will be questioned, right? The way we handle these tools and technologies in the processes and the production of it. And career opportunity, the projections show individually who is highly skilled in all these latest softwares, hardware, and all those stuff. Wearable, hologram, so many things. We'll never know what is happening, what's going to happen. The market is growing. It is a good news for all the people in the construction industry. Overall, the GDP, or you say per person's outcome in terms of monetary or otherwise, CTC or otherwise, it's going to get improved. Many of you might not agree to that, but that's the reality. The competency factor of those order is going to make people grow. We will soon see entrepreneurs in a big way from the design world. Infrastructure will have it all. You all agree it is not a very formal or organized sector. We'll all get into that organized sector soon. Already it is there. This festival season will be much more festivities are going to happen because the change in GST. That one impact, whole lot of scale of operation. Many people who reduce the scale of functioning in a certain project will be forced to think in a different. So, leadership matters, technology matters, competency matters, the workflow matters, the entire production system or the factory system and the design matters. Conflicts, on-site management, all kinds of checks and balances with respect to technology is going to be the future. In the software world, we are seeing most of the large-scale establishments are trying to say that this month is 10% reduction in the mid-level team, senior level team. But in the other way, in architecture and design and built environment, you will find difficulty to get people. That's happening. That's happening. Like save the tigers, now I would say save the designers. Right? The youngsters are not getting excited to join our fraternity. With all these things, all the jingles, we were looking at European markets, you are looking at the US markets, you are looking all outwardly. Now suddenly we realized economic decisions will happen. Tariffs will happen. And suddenly the entire production system and the service system will get affected. Good for the country. We'll become more patriotic. We'll be more self-reliant. We'll be looking at the local market. It's no more global. It'll be first local. But we will have businesses open. We have no reservation. We'll be looking forward. India will become the design capital. All the facts and figures, data shows that adaptation, if you look at it, adapt. The maximum number of buildings going for green rated, sustainability rated, happiness rated, everything is happening in this country. Across all scale, all kinds of typologies. Housing we have been thinking and discussing from last 75 years, post-independence, and still solutions are not there. Affordable is what? 2.5 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 3 lakhs to get a affordable housing itself is a challenge. And we have been talking about it, researching about it. Right? Still we'll do for the next 75 years, things will change. I think the entire world, especially our country, will look at the youngsters. So from the gray hair profession to the youngster-oriented profession is going to be. We are very sure. At least a small journey of myself, 25 years. It's a small journey compared to all the seniors over here. 40, 50 years is a tabas for them. We get inspired from such legendary figures. But what we realized is people with 5 years, 1 year, 2 years of winning national awards makes a whole lot of difference. We are proud of our younger generation. The future lies with the younger generation who will be adopting all these things. So it's no more the, I would say, the grey hair profession. But beware, experience do matters. Life skills will matter. The philosophical aspects will matter. The poetical aspects will matter. The insights will matter. Maybe technological world, the other side spectrum may not be able to compete. To work, there are so many people, so many resources. But the philosophical, the thematical, I would say the soulfulness, you need to take big decisions. That I don't know. That Anupava is the blueprint. That there is no shortcut. The more you get exposed, the more problem solving you get, the more mess you get into, you will learn. That no technology, I don't know. I don't think AI is of any use to match with Vyasa, match with Valmiki, match with the philosophical content. That is where the difference is. The AI is also thinking, the scientific world also is thinking. Cost reduction. The whole world is in that jingles. Cost. We are in that industry, right? Before the project is designed, the break-even is thought of. Right. So even the width of the corridor is defined by the so-called the project leadership or the management gurus. That will happen. You can't stop it. The beauty of it is now it is no more the design alone. It's a one-stop, pit-stop solution from capital to ideating to process to product to servicing to maintaining to, I would say, marketing. Most of the projects are sold before even it is launched. Soft launch, pre-launch, all the kinds of jingles, the bubble world. We are also there, quite good at it. I would say architects and designers are quite good at it. Who else can do this? Imagine, thousands of crores projects are discussed verbally. A pencil stroke and strike. The biggest marketing gimmicks and the gurus are in the design world, I would say. Film world and the design world. So we are part of that fraternity. Material innovation, that is where I think a whole lot of research is going to happen and the change is going to happen, especially in India. Ethanol with petrol, you understood now? The same way, all the building materials with agriculture waste, with the recycled waste, 20%, 25%, 40%, that kind of impact in everything. There's a whole lot of scope. Reducing the cost, reducing the carbon footprint, reducing the energy, whole lot of research. We have all kinds of changes planned for this country, right from academics. Academics, the questions have been asked, the right questions. Question is entrepreneurship. I keep remembering and recollecting and reminding people. Only an entrepreneur faculty can mold the next generation of professionals in all the fields. The doer can only inspire the future doers. The change has already begun. The questions have been asked by all these regulatory bodies. So material innovation, the industry posed the questions. The kind of questions, we always say research questions or question. And the industry raised the question and academia brings the answers. In our country for a long time post-independence, it was ulta. The academia used to ask questions and the industry was supposed to give the solution. It will not happen. World over, there is a whole lot of hybrid mode. Questions come from the industry, academia finds alternative solutions, alternative ways, alternative thoughts. Our country is focusing on innovation, IPRs. I'm stressing you all, please go for copyrights, patents, Scopus website, Web of Science publications. You have to validate your work, validate your, I would say, your creativity. In the era of robotics, AI, so many AR, VR, and all extremes. All kinds of jargons will come. Jargons will be there. The terms will be there. But the concepts are almost the same. The meanings will keep changing. The questions remains, the main questions remain the same. The critical questions. There, more of innovation. Design will have an impact. Design will have that scale, the speed. I would say the adaptability. In certain areas like water, CO2, and the global ranking, we are out there. We are making an impact. And the country already change has become. Always we say that the expected growth year after year is almost 40%. So there will be a time soon. Our mind is full of cognitive thoughts, overburdened. So actual creativity gets clogged, overpowered. Too many questions, too many things to handle. Immaterial of whatever scale of the office, all offices are dwindling with those questions. Time and again. Submissions, completions, process. In midst of all this regular routine, innovation should happen. That's another aspect. But we say that innovation is riding the journey. There is a regular process along with that innovation. How do you match both? Where's the time for it? Then again, happiness. Without happiness, you cannot give more. Health, wellness, well-being. Everything is evidence-based. That is where again AA will bring in. We have been discussing time and again. We want to establish all those critical paths, critical evaluation, and then increase the benchmark. It's more of a benchmarking aspects. Even the building will have to go through this audit. Everything is audit-based. You need validation, external validation. Everything is validation-based. And now, recently in Hyderabad, they have sold IGBC buildings, 25% tax exempted. It's a good move. Like that, everything is going to come. Evidence-based, scientific-based. Design will become more of scientific. Usually, the previous era was good designers usually used to appreciate each other's work and parents and citation is done and done. Those things are now getting over. Out there in the public domain, your reports are out there. That is meant for anybody to scrutinize. The kind of material, each and all these minute details are going to. This country is also in that futuristic path. If we are in the third economy, second economy, aspirations and all are there. In the next 5 years will be good time for everything, scale, speed, even evaluation, the scientific evaluation. Fraternity will be highly benefited. Everybody talks about twins, mostly digital twins are management related activities now it has become. Soon it will be global spatial data infrastructure. I am a data, you are a data, your furniture is a data. How do we manage resources? It comes to that checks and balances. It will get into that minutest thing. From BIM to BEM, already there. From BEM to BIM to then data to human. A child walking on the corridor will become another data. The easiest path going will become another data. You will be accounted for all these data. It will be a data war. We'll be bulldozed with the data and analytics. And midst of all these things, we have to do innovation. We have to do intellectual property. And in midst of all these things, you have to have your identity, your soulfulness, your aspirations. Each one of us have different take on this profession. So operations, maintenance. We should not become that operation guy or the maintenance guy or we'll become the design phase. But the design phase is much beyond the design phase. Who will bring the economy? Who will get the funds? It's already happening, it's already there. So all kinds of tools, getting it integrated to one tool or many tools, or I don't know. Collaborative workflows, collaborative systems of working, augmentation, decision making. Digital twin will take a biggest stride. It's happening. Green building already there. We are all talking about 75, but we are going towards the 60-75% era. I remember people used to say, what research? What innovation? People used to ask, what research? That was a question. Research is there in everything, what we do, everything. Simplest of the simple tasks, we don't call it as a research, but it's there. It's not a taboo, right? There's creativity in everything, right? So same way, green building, we were not ready to accept the fact people need to evaluate their own outcomes. Now it has become the norm, we are all doing. Same way, robotics, people are still not believing robotics can do a wonderful thing, but still some of us, we think that robotics will play an important role in certain aspects of the building industry. What scale, what way, we don't know. There is a particular role for everyone, practitioners, educators, and policymakers. Policymakers, I think, they are open to the scale. They want the design world to take on to the world. Already, the government has declared that India has to be the design capital. We have to leverage on that. Design. There's a whole lot of skill gap. That is where how many of us invest skilling for that kind of unique tools and technology in our own offices. How many people are ready to stay back? Now the most around turnaround time is 1 to 2 years in many of the systems. Aspirational India, aspirational youth. Initial cost, maintenance cost. Everybody is going through this. Even though it is subscription, it takes time, right? 1 year itself is the maximum span we can think about. By second year itself, we'll realize that the hardware is totally out of place in the office. A new set of things have to come. So this is another bigger challenge. Clients want technology, but technology billing cannot be passed on to the clients, right? So otherwise we have to, I think that in a good way will be, we start with a fresh. For this kind of project, this kind of technology is there. That is also part of the process. That is soon going to happen, I think. With the kind of speed. You want a Ferrari, you have to plan accordingly. You want a jumbo jet, you have to plan accordingly. So I think that will be the new era of things. The unique set of things associated with the project will be identified. Like how do we make a movie, that kind of detailing, the sets to everything. So new employment sectors, multiplying effect will come. The global leadership will come from the design world, and we are going to have various sectors emerging out of the design. And obviously housing, when I say housing, all kinds of typologies included in the housing. We need numbers. We need the scale, we need the speed. We know that number of offices, number of firms, number of establishments are not gearing up that many in design, which it should have been. And the youngsters are not coming into the new set of civil engineers, new set of architects, new set of designers. Everybody is going out to data science and artificial intelligence and all. Well and good, no problem. But more numbers are happening in certain sectors. Critical numbers are not there happening in the infrastructure. It is alarming. We all have a role to play and to make sure that the next set of second line, third line is taking up the same journey. That's all. I wanted to share some quick things with you, knowingly very well that each one of you are grappling with all these issues day in and out. Once again, thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Recognition matters, and you're all being recognized for your good work, which you have been doing, and I'm sure Dr. Anand Nayak and his team is recognizing, I think, more than thousands of people they have recognized length and breadth of the country. That will make this great field going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, next up we have architect Mohammed Amin Nayyar, who is a well-known architect and designer, and also the CEO of Delhi-based ANA Design Private Limited. Integrating architecture and sustainable strategies is the major focus of architect Amin Nayyar. His firm, ANA Design, specializes in conceiving modern, high-caliber solutions based on the design philosophy of continuously seeking to produce brilliant and high-quality works within a specified budget. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a big round of applause as we welcome architect Nayyar on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first begin by congratulating every one of you. This particular conference, and I've said this before, I've had the pleasure and the honor of taking this stage and this podium a few times before. I have always said that it is always very intimidating to talk to this room because it is a room full of winners. And I wanted to start by congratulating all of you on your journey and this little pause that you've taken to be facilitated today. You guys are okay if I keep switching between Hindi and English, right? So the last few speakers, I mean, there is this back of the mind fear that I have at least, of what's going to happen with all of this artificial intelligence, automation, replacement of human people, etc. And I was reminded of a sher by Rahat Indori. I hope that you will enjoy it. He goes, and it's about revolution and change. He says, "Tere lehje mein narmi bahut zyada hai. Tere lehje mein narmi bahut zyada hai. Naye saal mein nayi jang ka irada hai." And that is literally the life that we all live. There are going to be challenges and there are going to be solutions. I have chosen a snapshot of two small works that I wanted to share with all of you here. It is a reflection of a part of our journey for the last 30 years. It is a reflection of the excellence that this country produces. It is a reflection of the team that works with us, similar to the teams that you have in your offices and who work. I had presented a project in this forum a few months back when I was here last time, October, I think, last year. This is the VT station at Mumbai. It's a project that we've designed and is currently under construction. One of the most challenging, most humbling projects that I've ever taken up, in terms of the fact that it is one of the most photographed, most loved heritage buildings in this country. It is also one of the busiest stations in the world. It has about 160,000 people coming in and out within a span of few hours at peak. And that gave us the opportunity to look at transport systems, urban systems, how cities should be. It's also sort of a reflection of the work that we're going to do for our country and countries around the world. Dr. Ajay Chandran just mentioned something very interesting, that our economy is service-centric. And we are looking at exporting design and exporting skills out of India for the world. So I'm just juxtaposing two projects for you. The first presentation is for a project pitch in Dubai, and it is a transport-oriented project. It is about the change that one can bring by virtue of research, back-end efforts, and understanding of culture and people and how they're going to grow. And, Architect Ponni just said that the governments are difficult to work with. They are. They're difficult to work with because they're sitting on the ownership of policy. But those policies are created by people like you and me, and we can influence change in those policies, and we can influence change in terms of how they think, simply by being able to communicate in a way that they are willing to listen to. So this project that I'm about to showcase you is for a new metro line in Dubai. It is called the Blue Line, and it is going about east-west, connecting the newer areas of the city. The specific location that I'm talking about, most of us are familiar with this city. It's one of our closest neighbors and closest allies economically as well. It's called the Dubai Silicon Oasis, DSO. And this is a free zone which is for technology and technology-oriented companies. They have manufacturing, they have research, they have offices, they have residences, etc. But typically, just like most of the Western cities are, especially developed during the 1950s and up to the turn of the century, Dubai also, like many of our new cities, is highly segregated. There are zoning bylaws around this is residential, this is industrial, this is office, you can't mix with this with that. If we look at historical cities anywhere, including the Middle East, in India, in Southeast Asia, wherever there have been cities historically, cities have existed on account of trade and people being able to love, live, and enjoy those cities 24/7, 365. There can be no areas in the city which become empty at night or are not used during the day or are segregated. So this is an office and you go there to work and you do nothing else, etc. Human beings don't think like that. We have been trying to do it for the last 50, 60 years, which is a really short period of human development. It is not something that can form the basis or the foundation of what we're going to do. So we gave them some thoughts that there needs to be a mix. There needs to be walkable cities, cyclable cities, compact cities. The reason why we also chose this particular location and this particular city to talk to you guys about is that the weather there is horrible. I mean, 7 months of the year, it is an atrocious place to live in. It is a humid desert. I mean, it sounds really funny, but it is a desert, it is sand, it is extremely glareful, and it is humid. You stand there and you're sweating buckets in like 5 minutes. And therefore, their reaction has been, okay, cover everything, take a car, go from one place to another. The car is air-conditioned, the parking is almost air-conditioned, rest of it is air-conditioned, but there is this massive population of service that goes in who don't get to do all of this. And there is this idea of consolidation that, you should have really tall buildings, they're spectacular, they're very sexy if you have them. The Burj Khalifa remains the tallest building in the world even today at 800 something meters. You can see it pretty much from anywhere in the city if the haze is not there. And we started talking to them about, combine this and that and that. The brief, by the way, that the client had given us for the design pitch was a high-rise brief. And we said, look, we're going to talk about your high-rise brief. We're not going to say we're not going to design it. We will design it. We will show it to use. But from a mix of presentation, that design of the high-rise structure is barely 2 or 3 slides in the entire presentation, and then the rest is something else. I'll show it to you. We said we're not looking at it as a site. We're not looking at it as an architect who's going to do one building. We're going to look at your project as a part of your city at a metropolitan level with a development level and what is happening at the street, because human beings ultimately will be on the street and cars are not the answer. So this is, I can skip through these slides. This is more akin to them, but this is the geographical location of how they are, what kind of populations they're living in. And the population of Dubai is pretty much similar to about 27, 28 of our cities which are just coming over. If you leave Mumbai and Delhi aside, which are gigantic cities, 1 out of every 12 Indians lives in Delhi. The rest of the cities are this size, about 3.5 million, and you read about it in the news, lots of metro stations coming up, etc. So we gave them a study of how to look at it, and then went on to talk about the zones of influence, of what the main city is, where the economy is created, why people move from one place to another, why you would want them to move to a place and not move back. And then, of course, the strength that we have in India of understanding architecture with climate. If you look at any of our buildings, the medieval ones, the earlier ones, the ones that have been built in the last 50, 60 years, those which are celebrated today, the most celebrated buildings and the most loved buildings are those that have an outside and an inside. Buildings are not enclosed. And you want to feel everything that is there. How do you make your microclimate slightly better, slightly more bearable? And 24/7 if an area is being used, there are times of the day when even in a humid desert, there are pleasant times to be walking around. So we did an entire climate study of what these guys are going to be, and then we came up with the answer to their first brief. So it's a typical Dubai style brief. We want the tall building, we want everything to be consolidated, and we came up with this idea. This is, you're familiar with how these kind of buildings are designed. You look at the winds, you look at what happens between 2 towers, how they move and shake, how they shade each other, and how the sunlight on the facade works. As I said, horrible place. You don't want to do glass towers which become greenhouses over there. So you design systems in a way, and this is, a lot of it is through iterative processes on computers, You design the buildings in a manner where they shade each other, but also themselves, and they don't allow a lot of sunlight to come in. So it's a mixed-use development. It's the kind of the way development. I mean, this is not going to win you anything. This kind of design you will see 500 architects do across the world. So we changed the track and we said, look, we're going to give you an Indian design or an Indian thought on what should be. And we picked up shade or comfort as an idea for the entire city. We have, I mean, in most parts of our country, the equivalent of a gamcha, which everybody who works outside has used or seen. The Arabs have something called a gotra. They wear it on their head. No surprise there. Like I said, horrible climate, extremely humid, sunny, dusty. You need to cover yourself up to be able to survive that climate. So we looked at that headgear. And that headgear is worn in a particular way in these communities. You know, they fold it back and then it gives you a kind of a geometry. So we spread a gotra on the entire site. And then we looked at about 2.5 hectares. The bottom corner is where the railway station is planned. You will see that this is a very typical Dubai railway station, metro station. So, you know, anybody who's seen images or most of you have visited, you can't miss it. It's got a very specific shell-like architecture. So that's where it is. And we said, instead of making that 64, 65 floors that you're talking about, you divide up the built-up area on the entire site. You build the same. We're not saying you don't build, you don't accommodate. But you make it simple. You make it something which is human scale. You make it something which is enjoyable outside as well. The inside of the building will work. We can put technology to work, it'll work. What happens on the outside for the rest of the city? So we sort of spread the otra on top of the site. We made the lines of intention. We added the existing road networks and what would work. And we made about 70 to 30 ratio of cars to pedestrians. So all buildings are serviceable. Obviously, emergency vehicle needs to come, etc., and supply vehicles need to come. But during the daytime and the nighttime, 70% of this sub-city is walkable. We cut it up, obviously, because this is now going to be developed by multiple people. And this was also sort of a hidden idea that we had, not hidden idea, just an idea that we subscribed to. That when you build buildings which are consolidated and very tall, you are also consolidating capital in the hands of very, very few people and the decision in the hands of very, very few people. But if you create a design which is strong enough in terms of its language, you can disperse that capital into the city and multiple people become stakeholders of it. And there is a much better chance of upward mobility, both of people who build these buildings and those who come and inhabit it for various reasons. So it was, we kind of cut it up. And we again did the same study and we showed them what will happen. So the first design that you saw, the typical Dubai International 60-floor design, was also a design based on sunlight, shading, wind, you know, not interfering with each other. And this design also, the next 3 slides will show you how the solar works. So this is that block at 9 in the morning in June. June, July, August, horrible time there. You can see that about 80% of the walkable areas are shaded. This is what happens at 12 in the afternoon. About 45 to 50% of walkable areas are still shaded. It is the road network which has the cars which has opened up. And it is sunny, but the rest of it is still shaded. And 3 in the afternoon, it is still shaded. So this came out as our theme of how that spread of the Gotra cloth on top, translating into the built form, and cut up into multiple spaces which can be used by lots of people instead of just one big tower or 2 big towers, the city would work. And the rest of it is, I mean, this is stuff that again, I don't need to explain in my talk to you guys, but we did studies of how the wind is going to flow, how the facades are going to cool themselves, how the building is going to cool themselves, how the building is going to light themselves, how the energy is going to be. And this has been done repeatedly in the world, especially in Southeast Asia, beginning to get done in India, beginning to get appreciated in places that were highly Western influenced. And the Middle East market is highly Western influenced. I mean, their urban design is like the American urban design. You know, the USA, you take a city and you plonk it into the desert, and that's most of these countries. This kind of a thing you would see in India. You would see it in Jaisalmer, you would see it in Old Delhi, you would see it in Jaipur. And why I chose to present it today is that this was not the brief of the client. This is not what they had envisaged. But the end of 2 hours of discussion with them, this is what they want to go ahead with. Because whatever may be a precedent, whatever is flashy and shiny and sexy, what eventually appeals to the human prudent mind is what he can identify with. And I'll just then show you a few images. I don't want to get into like, the greening and what kind of thing. Just one thing that I want to tell you. Again, an interesting man-made problem that is there. They've sort of hit the mother lode of making money by increasing their shoreline. Dubai used to have 170 kilometers of shoreline as what God made it for them. Today it is more than 1,000 kilometers. So, the palm and the this and the world and the that. What has happened is that this whole reclamation business has created a problem where when you load the soil with the building, the groundwater never stops coming out. It just keeps coming out like a sponge. It's like, the sand is full of water. You load it with thousands of tons of building, and the water never stops. So there are actually lots of buildings in this area where the basements are not being used because they're full of water. So we said, don't fight it. Use it as part of the urban design and let it be on the surface. So you will surprisingly find that in our scheme, in the middle of the desert, there are massive water bodies. And these water bodies do not have fresh water, they have groundwater. The wind has been channeled to increase the speed of the wind. Evaporates. So you keep losing the water as it comes out. But water as an element for human beings, and especially imagine in a desert culture, it is a massive draw for people to come. And I'll just show you a few images of what this eventually became. This is the Votra spread over the entire 2.5 hectares of site, the central green area. The principles of urban design in terms of alignments, axes, surprises, courtyards, squares, corners, the buildings being exposed from all sides, all of that is there. We are Indians, we know it, it's something that is sort of in our blood. But as I said, this was not the brief, but it got accepted. And then we worked with some of the solar companies, and because it is the silicon oasis, and their primary sort of product is a plastic circuit board, we're working with a couple of companies to see if solar panels can be given that hue, and say for the entire energy production of the 2.5 hectares of site, it looks like a circuit board. It doesn't look very nice to me, but I mean, it's something that we're working on. This is how the urban design eventually is, and this city is mostly walkable. About 60-70% of the area is walkable and is usable by people. So you will see that these buildings, the facades, are constantly under shade. You will not see a single image where the glass is reflecting the sun or the walkable areas are in the sun. So all the walkable areas, and these water that's coming out, this is groundwater. We're not supplying it through a system. It is naturally there as a sponge, and it is coming out, becomes part of the urban design. And this is the kind of, and so you can see that typical Dubai station at the end of it, where the metros are. But the city has interest across itself. And there are social spaces, you can have gatherings, you can have conferences, you can have events, whatever the city is. So the city is loved and lived 24/7. It is not an office complex or a residential complex or a shopping complex which is going to work for a few hours. The intention was it should work all the time, and it should be cities that we are used to. So this is part of our work. I just wanted to sort of showcase, and then we sort of gave them the idea. We left them with this is a massive city, a DSO, completely not pedestrian. If you wanted to cross the road, you need a car. So we've overlaid a pedestrian idea across the whole city, which is long. I mean, it's about 2.5 kilometers, which is not walkable. 2.5 kilometers is not walkable, not in that climate ever. But we said, nevertheless, if you create multiple nodes in that 200, you basically create 4 nodes, then it's a 500-meter destination, so people will use it even if they are not using the metro. They may be going from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2, they would use it, even if the metro does not come into play. So, I mean, it was, I mean, obviously the reaction was, we didn't tell you to do this, etc. But in 2 hours, the resonance in the room was incredible. And this, I think, is what we carry, Indians, because of the legacy and the history that sort of fed into our brains. Just stuff. Okay, I will end my talk with a small video of what the Mumbai VT station eventually became. It's crowded, chaotic, funny stuff is happening over it. But For those of you, again, this is a station that pretty much I think everybody in the room would have used, VT, CSMT. The main entrance, you can't walk, there are cars, there is conflict, there is shopping happening over there, and there are needs to be met, but it's still not there. When you enter, the first thing that you see is a massive toilet. I'll just run a 2.5 minute video of what that station eventually will become, and you will see this theme running across, that it is pedestrian, it is shaded, it is for people, it is walkable, and it is 24/7 lovable and livable. So I'll leave you with the video. Can you please cue it? Thank you very much. Sound. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you very much. Lots of people behind the project, brilliant team at ANA and excellent clients. I'll leave you with a thought. You guys are younger to me and probably far more software savvy and IT savvy than I ever will be. जब हम वीडियोस बनाते हैं ना अभी एग्जिस्टिंग वाले सॉफ्टवेयर में, ये सारे आदमी इसमें अंग्रेज भरे पड़े हैं पूरे स्टेशन के ऊपर. So if you know how to give a plugin which has Indian faces in it, please let me know and talk to me. But have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you very much, Beginup, for having me here. Congratulations again to all of the winners. Have a great day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in introducing you to our next speaker of the day, Dr. Gopalan Nair Shankar, widely known as the People's Architect. Padmashri G. Shankar is a pioneer in sustainable architecture, is the visionary behind Habitat Technology Group, India's largest non-governmental organization committed to green and affordable building projects. With a deep-rooted belief in creating architecture that serves people and the planet, Shankar has championed eco-friendly construction methods that promote resource efficiency, community empowerment, and environmental stewardship. His work is a remarkable fusion of traditional knowledge and modern technology, resulting in structures that are not only sustainable but also accessible to marginalized communities. Under his leadership, Habitat Technology Group has transformed the architectural landscape of India by building over 100,000 housing units using low-cost, energy-efficient methods. Notable projects like rehabilitation housing after the Gujarat earthquake and the tsunami relief housing in Kerala have demonstrated the organization's commitment to resilience and community-driven development. Shankar's work was recognized with the prestigious Padmashri Award, reflecting his lifelong dedication to socially and environmentally responsible architecture, inspiring a new generation of architects to embrace sustainability as the foundation of their practice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a big round of applause as we welcome Shankar sir on stage.
Eminent galaxy of stalwarts in the profession, and my dear friends. I've been a part of this dream for the last probably 1 decade. Here is a dreamer who is actually starting a new initiative today by starting to publish a new magazine called Architectural Herald. I like people who dare to dream. It was Paulo Coelho, my favorite author, who said, it's for you, the architects out there. If you have a dream, it's very important that you have a dream. And if you have a dream, the world will come together to realize it for you. So it's a great dream journey for Dr. Anand Gopal Naik, and I wish him Godspeed in all his new ventures. People out there who are going to be awarded today, you have to realize that more than 40,000 architects are coming out every year from Indian schools of architecture, and you should feel very privileged that each one of you, I see very, very young faces out there, and each one of you are going to be awarded this national recognition. I'm sure will urge you forward, will give you a lot of confidence, will get a lot of perspective in the years to come, and you have to make the nation proud by creating magical expressions in architecture. I don't have anything to show you by way of my work, but I should tell you, the presentations that were made before were talking about transitional architecture. You know, the world is changing, the scenario is changing, the context is changing, the paradigm of design is changing. And how do you brace yourself to meet the challenges is the challenge before you, my dear guys. Urbanization happening, the pace and intensity of urbanization that is happening is something that is very overwhelming. And you have to base your architecture practice in that domain. It's full of challenges. It's not about digital architecture, it's not about robotic architecture, it's about the context which is very important to you. You have to realize that you're in India. And if you are not, then there's going to be a problem. You have to get yourself, your architecture, very rooted to Indian traditions. The legacy of Indian tradition is enormous, my dear friends. It's so profound and it's enormous. We should feel proud that we are born, we are living in a country like India where the legacy of architecture is so huge, so innovative, so creative, and is very rooted. This kind of architecture, you will never find it elsewhere in the world, because here you find rooted architecture. Yesterday, one of my interns was talking about spiritual dimensions of architecture. And I was looking at her, and she was smiling. She was talking about how do you really design a building, a religious building with spiritual dimensions. You know, I was born and brought up in a small state like Kerala, where as a school child, in our locality, a small building was happening. It was strange to look at because it's a round building that is happening and a white-skinned person was the architect. I never knew. I was a school child then. I never knew that I would become an architect sometime in my life. That building was happening. It was a round building, and as school children, we would pass by that church building, we would look at it. A lot of Indian elements in that. A church building, a Christian church, and we saw many Indian elements in that. You know, and then probably that cultural motifs, cultural elements, that made it visually enticing to a schoolboy like me. And finally, the building happened. It had a huge conical roof, a round building, and we used to go there to ask for some little favors, you know. We wanted better grades in the examination. We used to, when you entered the premises, suddenly it gave a completely different spatial dimension to the building. You know, architecture is about connectivities, my dear friends. Architecture is about, it's not a very complicated, it's about connectivity, simple connectivities. Simple connectivity to the Mother Earth, simple connectivity to the population around, simple connectivity to people to whom you are going to deliver. So this building connected to me in a completely different paradigm. The presence of God. How do you define God? You define him as an omnipotent entity. You define him as an omniscient entity. One who knows everything, omniscient. One who is very powerful, omnipotent. And one who is there everywhere, omnipresent. How do you feel? How do you get that spatial dimension in that particular building? Was what Laurie Baker actually taught me. That age of time, I'm talking about 1970s, when he built a small church in Tiruvalla, my own hometown, where I could connect with God. I could feel the presence of God. So that was architecture, you know. And I wish the younger generation of architects out there who are going to be awarded to have that feel. That feel is very important. When you go into that church, you feel like kneeling down. You feel that how insignificant you are, you know. That is the metaphysical quality of architecture, metaphysical quality of space. You have to create that. I was just looking at what Mohammed Amin was showing you. He finally ended up his presentation with a very beautiful presentation about Victoria Terminus. What made it probably more dearer to me, I'm telling you, it was about the visual spaces that he created. But suddenly in the background, there's Indian music. You know, architecture is frozen music. When you really look at that, art is defined as frozen music. All those music, you know, all those things that you learned the first year about rhythm, about harmony, about context, about balance, about symmetry, everything makes architecture very beautiful. But mind you, my dear young friends, I told you one thing in the beginning itself. It has to be rooted. It has to be culturally rooted. It has to be climatically rooted. It has to have all the sustainable parameters in position. Because one of the greatest challenges that India is facing, but the climatic challenge, the world is facing, is about the climatic challenge. How do you respond to that thing? We are responsible for the built-up environment. Architects are primarily responsible for the climate change. I know it's a very brutal statement, but adopting unsustainable design strategies, by adopting unsustainable, take into our paradigm, unsustainable vocabulary of building materials and technologies, are we not aggravating the menace of climate change? Is something that you should ponder about. I wish you ponder about it. World is losing options. I mean, when you talk about digital architecture, put human beings in the center. If you don't put human beings in the center, if you don't have that feel, then the world is going to be doomed, my dear friends. It's all about the context. It's all about the comfort levels. It's all about the insulation. It's all about local materials. It's all about local capabilities. And how do you enhance the quality of that is Indian question. India is still, we are trying to reach the top. India is still in an evolving stage. And you know what something? India's greatest employment provider is the construction industry. So sometimes you have to look at that. A lot of people live on this sector. So how do you adopt cost efficiency, energy efficiency, and let us also go for labor-intensive some processes. It's very important. It's not only our livelihood, it's their livelihood also. So where do we have this synchronization? Where do you have these connectivities, and where can we build the bridges is something that we have to really ponder about. The greatest challenge, as far as I'm concerned, as an activist, as an environmentalist, as an architect, as a planner, as a housing expert, this is the thing that I want to put before you before I leave. There's this eternal conflict between development and environment, eternal conflict between poverty and architecture. How do you build meaningful bridges between poverty and environment and development is a question that should actually rephrase, redefine your world of architecture, my dear friends. That is what, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to have values. Your architecture should be based on truthfulness and honesty. That's on one side. It should be rooted. It should be rooted into traditions. Two, it should be rooted to the place. We talk about organic architecture endlessly. Unless it gets rooted to the ground, unless it gets rooted to the population, my dear friends, your architecture will not outlive the ages. It's continuously changing. You can use the instruments. You can use all the digital instruments, information at your fingertips. End of the day, there's a process which should not be forgotten. It should be evolving. If you can have the joy of that evolution, rephrase it into the architectural vocabulary, then the world is going to be a much better place for you to live. This is all because my anchor, my friend is glaring at me, telling me the time is very limited. Thank you very much for the opportunity again, and wish you all Godspeed in your future endeavors. Please stay rooted. Please have the face of the common man. That's what Gandhiji said one time. What do you do? Ask this question yourself. By this action, are you going to elevate the dream of a common man in India? If you can do that, if your architecture addresses that particular issue, then the world is going to be yours. Thank you very much for your kind of opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a standing ovation for Padmashri Shankar, sir? Thank you so much for your inspiring talk. Well, before we proceed with the awards, we have one of the important sessions of the day, and it is none other than architect Jaisim Krishna Rao, sir. A visionary in the field of architecture, has long been celebrated for his innovative and unconventional approach to design. With a career spanning several decades, he has not only shaped the architectural landscape of India, but also left a profound impact on the global design community. Known for his commitment to sustainability, creativity, and blending modernity with traditional Indian aesthetics, Jaisim's work transcends the boundaries of form and function, speaking to the soul of the structures he creates. His relentless passion for pushing the limits of architectural expression has made him a luminary in the field, inspiring generations of architects to think beyond the ordinary and embrace a future where design meets purpose in harmony with nature. A recipient of numerous accolades, including prestigious awards like the Lifetime of Achievement Award by the Indian Institute of Architects, architect Jaisim's legacy is one of innovation, sustainability, and a deep respect for nature, continually inspiring future architects to see beyond the conventional and craft spaces that tell stories. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome architect Jaisim Krishna Rao, sir.
namaskars to each one of you in this hall and the fascinating talks and presentations that you have listened to in a very absorbing manner. I thank Beginup for the invitation and congratulations and namaskar to the young little one whom I miss today. I understand that both are at home. In a very fascinating way of looking at intelligence and indulgence, architecture personifies human space. I don't know how many of you have heard me before. I understand most of you are fairly new. If it is so, then it is fine. If you heard me before, I'd say thank you very much and leave the silence of the space to you. How many of you have been here before in Beginup backside? Anybody here? All of you have been here? Nobody's raising hands. Forget the first two rows. Nobody there. Okay, then I'll give you a little bit. I don't know what I've scribbled. I scribbled all over the place. That's how my architecture goes. 6 decades ago, had I continued with my practice, I'm not a practice in my life, I'd have been a great cricketer. I miss it, because all the great cricketers who retired recently were classmates of mine. They made tens of money. Then I didn't know that my grandfather was His Majesty's architect in Mysore. I went home one day and my mother said, "What are you going to do next?" My father had given up to me because all my brothers and sisters were gold medalists. I was the only idiot who never passed, but passed because of my mother and father. The commissioner would look at me and say, "Son, pass." That's the way I went to school, because I hardly attended any class. I would just walk in, pretend to play. Those days, baseball was a big game, so we used to play baseball. I don't know how many of you know what baseball is. And I pretend to go to the boxing class. And if the teacher asked me, "Where are you?" I said, "I was exercising." That was Christian College School in Madras, Holy Angels Convent. Then, when I respected, she said, "There is a school of architecture in Madras." I didn't know what art was, what architecture was. Then I realized about my grandfather, so I went. Somebody said, "It's an interview." I don't know what interviews meant to us, so I just sat there. And some senior person walked up. So, "What are you waiting for?" I said, "My mother said to go and sit in." It was AC College of Technology. It was the Department of Architecture. My mother said, "Go," and I have come. 2 people walked in. They walked past. And they went in. Then they said, "You have to go in." I said, "For what?" "Oh, they're going to interview you." I said, "Interview?" I didn't come for an interview because my mother asked me to go. I came. And luckily, another person walked in. He just smiled at me because he seemed to recognize me or something. I walked in. I mean, this is the way architecture starts. He said, "What have you come for?" I said, "My mother asked me to come." They were top, in those days, some of the 3 topmost architects in India. They were on the interview stage. Somehow they came. And then after I talked and put it together, I mean, when they brought on the stage and said, "Why?" I said, "I don't know why. I love sketching, I love drawing, I love painting. But most of all, I love playing with clay. Because every time the Ganesh Puja was over, my mother would give me the Ganesha and say, go put him in the well. I'll pretend to put him in the well and go back to my little room that she had given me and squash him. Because Ganesha is beyond space, beyond time, beyond thing. I would make fascinating little sculptures of my own, and then inspired by the anthill and various things. People have talked to me, where have I traveled, where have I been? She was told I would not talk too much. After that, when I went through the School of Architecture, I never wrote my thesis. I never presented it, although I studied one of the first books on climate change and tropical studies and industrial projects. I went past. Then one day, I was doing for another internship, because we were compelled to do internship between the third and fourth year. When the great Lakshman Swami Mudaliar was the Vice Chancellor in the Madras University. And when my internship was there, I was interning with Chittala. He said, what are you doing? I didn't know who this great man walked in. This is one of the things that happens to you. That's why I'm telling you boldly to young architects. He said, you've been looking, yes, sir, I'm looking after it. He asked me, then why don't you take the next university building and do it for us? I said, I can't, because I'm under another architect. He asked me to look after it, and I'm doing it. I don't know what happened. He smiled and said, I said, to whom have I been talking? I asked, he said, you're talking to one of the greatest vice chancellors in India. I didn't know. So he went back. That was one thing that happened. Another thing that happened was another little story. I'll shorten it down. When somebody was talking about Kerala, when I started my practice after leaving my office, I said, I've got some project. He said, Chittala said, why don't you do it with me? I said, no, this is my project. I told the client I can't take his project. He gave me what is called the Shipping Corporation of India to redo a ship. That is how the world grew. And then when I went to the ship and was redesigning some of the apartments and the units in the ship, I saw them going into the middle of the sea because I was sitting in the ship. They were throwing some things down. I said, why are you throwing them? These were shipping containers, beautiful containers. We are not allowed to do it. We don't know what to do with them. The only way we could do is go into the international sea and dump them. I don't know again what came into me. I asked him, can I have one? Just for the fun of it, I said. He didn't say anything. Syed Ibrahim and Syed Yusuf, they were the ones. When I come home, my mother said, there is something for you at the back. Somebody brought it and put it here. I'm just shortening the gap again. I just smiled at it and said, I'm starting my own office. I don't know how it happened. I loved cars. Whatever little money I used to make, I used to buy. When Jeffrey Bauer walked into my office, I used to have an MSP 750, which was a Rolls Royce. He said, Jaisim, this car belongs to me. So I gave it to him and I bought a Mercedes. All the money gone into this. So I would tie the van behind the Mercedes and go all over the country doing projects from Hyderabad to Kerala to things. I would just sit in my thing because that's the way I traveled. This happened again. Then I said, enough of work being done. I'm going to retire because what Syed Yusuf made me was, I want you to spend 3 days with me abroad. I said, I don't have a passport. Believe it or not, I go home, there is a passport. He said, your flight is booked for early morning tomorrow. I said, what for? Oh, the car was come pick you up. So they flew me to, I didn't even know, Muscat and Oman. I didn't know that person was the Sultan. It also happened similarly when I was sitting next to her. There's another, I'm jumping stories so that to see how an architect journey begins. I was the president of the student union. And the person sitting next to me was the president of All India Students' Union. A very beautiful lady, just like her. I least knew who she was till they said, "Do you even know whom you're sitting afterwards?" That was Indira Gandhi sitting next to me on the right side. If I had known it earlier, I would have buttered her up for all the projects. But that was one. Similarly, it happened with HUDCO when they didn't know about prefabricated buildings. I was fooling around with my Meccano set when Suresh and Sharma, who were at that time the chairman and thing, they said, "Why don't you take up some housing projects?" I said, "Housing? I'm not good at it. I don't even know what housing is." That's how the housing project started. Then this started my journey on another big journey when I went to Muscat. They canceled my passport, put me there and said, "You're not going back." I said, "My wife wants you." Believe it or not, the third day my wife was brought there saying, she said, "You invited me." I said, "I didn't. You're coming down." They said, "What do you do?" She's a banker and she'll be here for 3 days in bank. They put her, and the person with me came, I won't say his name, he said, "Madam, you're not going back, you're going to start the Bank of Muscat and Oman." She became one of the first people who started with the Lebanese there, the Muscat and Oman Bank. Had she continued, she would have been a billionaire. You know, money makes no sense to me at all, even today. It's a value. What is value? Then, when you asked for the journey, she said, "What else do I go around? I won't take him in." At the time, somebody had abandoned a building on the seacoast. That's how the memory of this building comes to me. The Shipping Corporation of India and this. It was called the Fisherman's Cove. Liz Kierke, the chairman of Taj at the time, said, "Whose house is this? What are you doing here?" I said, "This house belongs to me." She said, "No, come to me." I didn't know. We went to the Spencer building and this. Then they brought me back here. We were brought me to Bangalore. This was part of the Spencer project here. And the race course. I used to design race courses because I was part of the Sholavaram race course. I loved designing horse tracks and motor car racing tracks. It so happened, he said, "I like this building." And the youngster who was with me from Shipping Corporation and said, "Why don't we convert this into a hotel?" The next day, they met here. I'll never forget this hall. Afterwards, they took over. I said, "The land is yours." So that's how the Taj West End came to be. I was not the architect. There were very big architects in those days. I gave them the land. I only interacted with them. I said, "This is what you can build." I came to Bangalore to retire at a very young age. Because when I went to Muscat and Oman, I quietly pretended to come on a small visit, tore my passport and went away. That started another journey. Somebody said, "You must come to the north." They didn't tell me. They put me on a flight. I went to Atlantic. By the time my daughter had grown up a little bit, she said, "Daddy, I'm not going to study in India." She finished the Valley School, which made me redo the Valley School, redesign the Valley School, both here and in the one up there. Because at the time, J. Krishnamurti was a great philosopher to me. He pushed me to things. Mies van der Rohe was another phenomenal thing. And the other person, you showed us something. He was another inspirer of my talk. So from there I went, they said, "You must travel." I said, "I will travel from Arctic to Antarctica when going to New Zealand and visit." Then went to the deserts. Then another project, which I'm not to disclose by name, they said, "How would you design a project that is for Center for Airborne Studies and DRDO?" They said, "We won't tell you where the site is." They tied me up in a van, took me up there. They said, "Design is an underground structure, which cannot be detected by any aircrafts." I don't know whether it's still there. I went around when we were doing the Kolar gold mines. For some reason or the other, I was involved in Kolar gold mines. I walked around, that came into my mind. Don't ask me too many reasons why I went to Kolar. It's beautiful spaces. No architect can design what an anthill is. Ants and bees and birds are the greatest architects of the world. Take any bird nest. Take any two hand tilts. Are they identical? Any time. But they have a system. They have an identity. You can tell by the thing what is the bird's nest, whose it is. But show me two birds' nests that are identical. Whereas every stupid architect builds identical buildings. Every time I see a building which is identical, I say, no. But you must have a language. Imitation is different. The identification of thing is different. You must identify through intellectuality and spirituality. This is when, although initially I didn't believe in God or worship and things, I became a great philosopher in Ayn Rand's thinking process. And believe it or not, I don't know why it happened. I was designing some part of the Tanjore temple, because temples of India. If you study a temple, you will find the fascinating thing like the pyramid. The pyramid is, I don't know how many of you really studied the pyramid. I won't go in detail. That's a lecture of 2 hours by itself. The temple is a lecture of hours. I don't know what happens to an architect. I was then doing a church and a mosque and a temple at the same time. Morning, they thought Jaisim was Jason or Krishna or something, I don't know. Morning, my wife would laugh at me because she would think and then fly down to Oman, fly down to New Zealand, and next day fly. It's only now that I hardly like to go out of Bangalore. Even coming to the city was like a huge, I told him, Anand said, come. I said, it's 2 hours journey. I live in a lovely village, I thought, of seniors and citizens. Very quiet, silence, silence, silence. It's too much silence sometimes. But when I sit back and watch this silence, is the most golden thing in this world. And there's the most creative space you can. Yes, it attacks you. It's very, very difficult to be silent. You can make a lot of noise. You can make a lot of things. But to be within yourself, to become creative, to imagine. And then before I go on, somebody said, which is when I was talking about CAB, it is another project which we have done, but it was realized or not, I was not told. They took me to the Center for Airborne Studies again and ISRO Aerospace. Said, how would you design on the moon? That is a very big challenge. I don't know what got into me. Then I went into the sea underneath to see how, after you cross 30 feet below the sea, it becomes more and more deep and powerful. That is when I realized what a submarine life was. They would take me out of the submarine, then put me. Then I realized what space would be hardly 1/6 the gravity. How would it go about? How do the planets go? That's why I'm saying for youngsters, the challenge is unbelievable. Yesterday was a big lecture of 1 hour about urbanization. These things happen. She's now watching me and said, get out of the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to be with you all. It's been a great adventure. Thank you for pulling me out.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear a standing ovation for Jaisim, sir? Thank you always for joining us here today. Well, yes, it is now time for the awards, the most exciting part. Are you all excited? Yes? Oh, no, I don't really hear excitement. Yes? Okay, I still don't hear excitement. Are you excited to receive the award? Oh my God. Okay, all right. So we're going to pump this up. So first up, before we proceed with the architecture awards, we have a very special award. Next month, we have the Great Indian Startup Awards, and one of our special awardees is going to receive the award today. And to give away the awards, I would like to call on stage Shankar sir and Ajay sir, if you could kindly join us on stage. A round of applause for the gentlemen, please. Well, the first award is from the Great Indian Startup Award, and the award goes to Concessao AI Private Limited, and we would like to call upon Vishal Kumar and Preeti Tatia on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear a big round of applause for them? This is under the fintech domain, under Visionary and Innovative Fintech Financial News and Markets Insights Company of the Year 2025. Vishal and Preeti have also won the Futuristic and Outstanding Entrepreneur of the Year 2025 India. Congratulations. Thank you. Well, we will now begin the Architecture Awards for 2025, and the first award goes to TAG Builders architect Vijay Kaladan for the Outstanding and Trusted Project Management and Design Firm of the Year 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the claps going. They received the award under the category of Institutional Projects, Residential and Commercial Projects. They've also received the award for the Innovative and Futuristic Architect and Entrepreneur of the Year 2025, Kerala. Congratulations, TAG Builders. The next award goes to AMA Design Studio, and we would like to call on stage architect Ajanta Mujgule. Please keep the claps going, everyone, under Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, AMA Design Studio. The next award goes to Fessellini Design Lab. We would like to call on stage DP Prashant for the Trusted and Futuristic Concrete-Based Architectural Projects, Product Manufacturing and Design Firm of the Year 2025. Please keep the claps going, everyone. They're receiving this award under Excellent Project Execution and also receiving an award under the category of Leading and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Fessellini Design Lab. The next award goes to Hafiz Associates. We would like to call on stage Mr. Hafiz Abdullah CM for the Innovative and Outstanding Engineering, Interior Design and Architectural Design Firm of the Year 2025, Kerala, under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also receiving the award of 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Hafiz Associates. In the interest of time, I would like to ask the following award winners to please join us in the front towards the right, requesting representatives from Kritak Designing Environment, Studio for Eclectic Architecture, MLL Design Studios, Stead Archbuild, and RL Design House to please join us towards the right side of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome the next award winner, Kritak Designing Environment Private Limited, Jaya Kiani and Brijesh Kiani, for the Leading and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025, North India. Congratulations. The next award goes to Studio for Eclectic Architecture India Private Limited, architect Naresh Kumar PV for the most innovative and trusted architecture, planning, design and construction firm of the year 2025. They're receiving this award under the category of residential and commercial projects in South India. They're also receiving the futuristic and visionary architect and designer of the year 2025 South India. Congratulations, Studio for Eclectic Architecture India Private Limited. The next award goes to MLL Design Studios, architect Ponni M Vivek, under Innovative and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025, Tamil Nadu, under Residential Projects and Excellent Consultancy. Architect Ponni M is also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, India. Congratulations, MLL Design Studios. The next award goes to Stead Archbuild, Sandeep and Sonal Kothari for the Innovative and Leading Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025, Maharashtra, under Commercial and Corporate Projects. Stead Archbuild is also set to receive the Visionary and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, Maharashtra. Congratulations. In the interest of time, requesting representatives from INX, Kalakar and Associates and AmLab Studios to join us towards the right side of the stage. The next award goes to RL Design House Private Limited. We'd like to call on stage architect Indra Patel for the Innovative and Most Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025, North India, under Hospitality Projects, Commercial Projects and Residential Projects. Ms. Indra is also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, RL Design House Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting your cooperation as and when your names are called out, please stand towards the right side of the stage. In the interest of time, we would like you to please stand towards the right side of the stage as and when your names are called out. Thank you. The next award goes to INX. We'd like to call on stage architect Shravani Potluri for the Futuristic and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025, Telangana, under Hospitality and Commercial Projects. Architect Shravani is also set to receive the award for the Trusted and Innovative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Design Harmony, Black Box Design Studio, ATR Design Studio, and a Design Studio, Architecture Plus Interior, to please stand towards the right side of the stage. The next award goes to Kalakar and Associates. We'd like to call on stage Mohit Agrawal and architect Sachin Barekar for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture, Urban Planning and Project Management Firm of the Year 2025, Maharashtra, under Institutional Projects, Public Spaces and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive the Outstanding and Futuristic Designer and Architect of the Year 2025, India. Congratulations, Kalakar and Associates. The next award goes to AmLab Studios. We'd like to call on stage Asit Mandal and Amrisha Thapa for the Most Futuristic and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025, North India, under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, AmLab Studio. The next award goes to Design Harmony. We'd like to call on stage Jai Lakshmi Rayapolu for the most creative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Karnataka under residential projects, sustainable design and excellent consultancy. She's also set to receive the outstanding and innovative architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations, Design Harmony. The next, check. Can we get more volume, please? Check. The next award goes to Black Box Design Studio. We'd like to call on stage Gunashekar Gopal and Sushant DS for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Karnataka under residential projects, institutional and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the 40 under 40 trendsetter and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Black Box Design Studio. The next award goes to ATR Design Studio architect Tejal Rakshambar for the innovative and futuristic architecture, landscape and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under sustainable design approach, residential projects and hospitality projects. Architect Tejal is also set to receive the 40 under 40 trendsetter and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations. We'd like to ask the following team to please join us towards the right side. Studio Elements, Vasturacheta Architects and Interiors, Malik's Design Studio, and Decode Architectural Consultants, requesting representatives to please join us towards the right side. The next award goes to A Design Studio, Architecture and Interior, architect A.L. Ramesh Kumar for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu under commercial, residential and institutional projects. Architect Ramesh is also set to receive the Creative and Outstanding Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations. The next award goes to Studio Elements. We'd like to call on stage Sumedh Geet and Ketki Kansara for the innovative and trusted architecture, landscape and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under healthcare, commercial projects and residential projects. They're also set to receive the creative and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Studio Elements. The next award goes to Vasturacheta Architects and Interiors, architect Suraj Patil and architect Sandesh Sasne for the innovative and outstanding architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under hospitality, commercial and residential projects. They're also set to receive the creative and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations. The next award goes to Malik's Design Studio. We'd like to call on stage Malik Zahiruddin for the trusted and visionary architecture, landscape and interior design firm of the year 2025 Karnataka under residential and hospitality projects. Congratulations. Congratulations, Malik and Veena. Requesting representatives from Design Thoughts Architects, Arch Point Consultants Private Limited, Cartwheel, S+A Architecture to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Decode Architectural Consultants, Mohammad Abdul Bariwi for the futuristic and creative architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 Kerala under residential projects and quality consultancy. Mr. Mohammed is also set to receive the Trusted and Promising Designer of the Year 2025 Kerala. Congratulations, Decode Architectural Consultants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as and when your fellow colleagues receive the awards, request you to please cheer for them and clap for them. With a round of applause, let's welcome the next award winner, Design Thoughts Architects, Mr. Mahantesh Nelamelli for the Trusted and Outstanding Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Kerala under Residential Projects and Excellent Consultancy. Let's hear a round of applause for them, please. Architect Mahantesh is also set to receive the Innovative and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 India. Congratulations. The next award goes to Ash Point Consultants Private Limited. We'd like to call upon Amit Khandelwal and Poonam Jain for the Leading and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 North India. Congratulations. The next award goes to Cartwheel. We'd like to call on stage Yamini Geetanjali and Kamakshi Ganesh for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under Institutional, Residential and Commercial Projects. Yamini and Kamakshi are also all set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Cartwheel. Requesting representatives from UB Architects, Chitra Devraj Architects, Design Studio 9 and Creative Design Studio to please join us in the front. The next award goes to S+A Architecture. We'd like to call on stage Architect Sabrishwaran B and Architect Aditya T for the Innovative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under Commercial and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive the Trendsetter and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations. And thank you very much, gentlemen, for presenting this set of awards. Next up, I would like to request Ponni ma'am and Jaisim sir to please join us on stage to present the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a round of applause, please. Well, the next award goes to UB Architects, Architect Ujjwal Bole for the Innovative and Futuristic Architecture Planning and Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under Commercial Projects, Public Spaces, Institutional and Residential Projects. She's also set to receive the Trusted and Visionary Architect and Designer of the Year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations, UB Architects. The next award goes to Chitra Devraj Architects. We'd like to call on stage Chitra Devrajan and Architect Naveen Devrajan on stage for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture, Project Management and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 India under Commercial and Industrial Projects. They're also set to receive the Outstanding and Visionary Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Chitra Devraj Architects. The next award goes to Design Studio 9, Pamela Dev, for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 North India under Commercial and Residential Projects. Ms. Pamela is also set to receive the Creative and Outstanding Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from SGES Land and Marine Constructions Private Limited, Vincent Arvind and Associates, the Poetics of Space Studio and KRDS to please join us in the front. With a big round of applause, let's welcome the next award winner, Creative Design Studio, Swati Panda, for the Outstanding and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under Commercial Projects and Premium Residential Projects. She is also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Creative Design Studio. The next award goes to SGES Land and Marine Constructions Private Limited, architect Priya Chakravarti for the promising and trusted architecture, construction and interior design firm of the year 2025 Karnataka under commercial and residential projects. She is also set to receive the creative and rising architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations. The next award goes to Vincent Arvind and Associates. We'd like to call upon Vincent Arvind for the Outstanding and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under Premium Residential Projects, Commercial and Hospitality Projects. They're also set to receive the Trusted and Excellent Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Vincent Arvind and Associates. The next award goes to the Poetics of Space Studio, architect Vinay Narayan for the Creative and Outstanding Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under Residential Projects and Sustainable Design Approach. Architect Vinay is also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. I'd like to call upon representatives from IS Design Spot, Even Leap Design Studio, 11 Story and Movie Studio to please join us in the front. The next award goes to KRDS architect Kunal Relvani for the Creative and Outstanding Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Chhattisgarh under Commercial and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, KRDS. The next award goes to IS Design Spot architect Selva Siddiq N for the Creative and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Kerala under Residential and Commercial Projects. Architect Selva is also set to receive the Innovative and Promising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. The next award goes to Even Leap Design Studio LLP, Malay Gajendra Gadkar for the Futuristic and Creative Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Madhya Pradesh under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the Promising and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to 11 Story architect Amisha and architect Aneri Satra for the Futuristic and Trusted Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the Promising and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, 11 Story. Requesting representatives from Design Wood Studio, the One Design Studio, DesignNet Consultants Private Limited and Zeal Arch to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Bhuvi Studio, architect Varun Raj Tirunahari, for the futuristic and trendsetter architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 Telangana under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the trusted and innovative architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to Design Wood Studio, architect Anwar Sabeen for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under commercial and residential projects. Please keep the claps going, ladies and gentlemen. Architect Anwar Sabeen is also set to receive the 40 under 40 trendsetter and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to the One Design Studios, Salmanul Faris TK, for the innovative and trusted architectural design and interior designer of the year of 2025 Kerala under residential and commercial projects. Architect Salmanul is also set to receive the creative and promising designer of the year 2025 Kerala. Congratulations. The next award goes to the Designit Consultants Private Limited, Mohammed Ahmed, Bilal Ahmed, Sonal Bisen, Sajal Sharma and Kusha Ahmed for the outstanding and innovative architecture, engineering and interior design firm of the year 2025 under commercial and residential projects. They're also set to receive the promising and visionary designer and entrepreneur of the year 2025 North India. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Kushal Thakkar Architects, AV Architects, Raw Space Design and Unbound Studio to please join us in the front. The next award goes to the next award goes to Zeal Arc architect Shamsad Mohammed for the innovative and trusted architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential projects. Architect Shamsad is also set to receive the promising and creative architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to Kushal Thakkar Architects. We'd like to call upon architect Kushal Thakkar for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Gujarat under residential and commercial projects. Architect Kushal is also set to receive the creative and promising architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Gujarat. Congratulations. The next award goes to AV Architects. We'd like to call upon Arva Vadnagarwala for the innovative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential and commercial projects. She's also set to receive the trusted and most promising architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, AV Architects. The next award goes to Raw Space Design. We'd like to call upon architect Kriti Shah and interior designer G.S. Ragini for the innovative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu under premium residential projects. They're also set to receive the trusted and outstanding architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, Raw Space Design. Requesting representatives from Studio MRDA, Prajna Associates, Pragmascape Architecture Plus Design Solutions and Design Seek Studio to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Unbound Studio. We'd like to call upon J. Ramsevak Chauhan. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he's set to receive the Innovative and Trusted Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Resorts. He's also set to receive the Most Promising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Jay. With this, we'd like to thank Jaisim, sir. Thank you very much, Jaisim, sir. Ponni ma'am, may I request you to please stay back? Ponni ma'am, kindly stay back. And we'd like to call upon Amin sir to please join us on stage. Well, the next award goes to Studio MRDA. We'd like to call upon Snigdha Pinisetti for the Futuristic and Creative Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Telangana under Residential Projects and Sustainable Design Approach. Snigdha is also set to receive the Promising and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to Prajna Associates. We'd like to call upon architect Manas Iyengar for the Innovative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under Residential and Commercial Projects. Architect Manas is also set to receive the Futuristic and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations. The next award goes to Pragmascape Architecture Plus Design Solutions, architect Sri Nidhi R. for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under Residential, Commercial and Hospitality Projects. Architect Sri Nidhi is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Design Devta, Through the Arches, Sheikh Architects and Kalpavruksha Architects and Interiors to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Design Seek Studio. We'd like to call upon Sri Tanuja Kumar and Prem Kumar Ramachandran for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under Residential Projects. They're also set to receive the Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Design Seek Studio. Congratulations. The next award goes to Design Devta architect Riken Doshi for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Gujarat under Premium Residential Projects and Temple Project. They're also set to receive the Futuristic and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Gujarat. Congratulations, Design Devta. The next award goes to Through the Arches. We'd like to call upon architect Sahana Srinivasa for the Trendsetter and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under Residential Projects. She's also set to receive the Futuristic and Promising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations. The next award goes to Sheikh Architects. We'd like to call upon Sheikh Abdul Aziz for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Telangana under Residential and Commercial Projects. Sheikh Abdul Aziz is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. I'd like to ask the representatives from MACQ Architects, Apeksha Dishang Studio, Bharatanj Design Studio, and architect Sharan to please join us towards the right side. With a round of applause, let's call upon the next award winner, Kalpavruksha Architects and Interiors. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the claps going for Jaivan GC and Soumya Sairam from Karnataka under commercial projects, office spaces and residential projects. They're receiving the Trusted and Rising Designer and Entrepreneur of the Year 2025 Karnataka, and also the Trusted and Rising Designer and Entrepreneur of the Year 2025 Karnataka. The next award goes to MACQ Architects. We'd like to call upon Santosh Priyan AP and Sashi Rekha H for the Creative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential projects. They're also set to receive the 30 and 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to Apeksha Dishang Studio, Architect Apeksha Kanodia and Architect Dishang Kanodia for the Innovative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Gujarat under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Trendsetter and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Gujarat. Congratulations. The next award goes to Bharatanj Design Studio. We'd like to call upon architect Harman Bharatanj for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 North India under Premium Residential Projects. They're also set to receive the Promising and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 North India. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Creo Designs, Rhapsody Design Studio, the Design Atelier, and Adbhut Vilakshan to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Architect Sharan. We'd like to call upon Sharan Sinde for the Creative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under residential projects. Sharan is also set to receive the Innovative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. The next award goes to Creo Designs. We'd like to call upon Architect Saran Kumar and Architect Karthik and Architect Kavya for the Innovative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under institutional, commercial and residential projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Creo Designs. The next award goes to Kalakar and Associates, Architect Mohit Agrawal and Architect Sachin Barekar for the Innovative and Trusted Architecture, Urban Planning and Project Management Firm of the Year 2025, Madhya Pradesh under Institutional Projects, Public Spaces and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive the Outstanding and Futuristic Designer and Architect of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Kalakar and Associates. The next award goes to Rhapsody Design Studio, Priyam Vada Mohan and Praveen Sundar for the Futuristic and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 India. Congratulations, Rhapsody Design Studio. The next award goes to the Design Atelier. We'd like to call upon our Shravani for the trendsetter and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential projects and sustainable design approach. Shravani is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, the Design Atelier. The next award goes to Adbhut Vilakshan. We'd like to call upon Saranshri Shrimal for the Trendsetter and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Madhya Pradesh under Commercial, Hospitality and Residential Projects. Saransh is also set to receive the Promising and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Divyanshi Bansal Design Studio, Well-Drafted Dimensions and High Ventures to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Divyanshi Bansal Design Studio. We'd like to call upon architect Divyanshi Bansal. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the claps going as she is set to receive the Creative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 North India under residential projects. She's also set to receive the Trusted and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 North India. The next award goes to Well-Drafted Architect Gurpreet Singh Guri for the Innovative and Promising Interior Design and Architectural Design Firm of the Year 2025 North India and Residential and Commercial Projects. He's also set to receive the Rising and Trusted Designer of the Year 2025 North India. Congratulations, Well-Drafted. The next award goes to Dimensions, Vijay Shankar Suryadevara and Shweta Katie for the Leading and Creative Architectural Landscape and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Dimensions. The next award goes to High Ventures Abhishek A for the Innovative and Emerging Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 South India under residential and commercial projects. Abhishek is also set to receive the Promising and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations, High Ventures. Requesting representatives from VR Plus A Architects and Designers, M&M Studio, Krunal Rathod Design Studio and Trikele Architects to please join us in the front. And thank you very much, dignitaries, for presenting this set of awards. A round of applause for them, please. And next up, I would like to invite on stage Shankar sir and architect Jay Shah. Can I kindly ask you to join us on stage to present the next set of awards? The next award goes to VR Plus A Architects and Designers. We'd like to call upon architect Vedant Randar for the Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under residential and commercial projects. He's also set to receive the Innovative and Promising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Vedant. The next award goes to M&M Studio. We'd like to call upon architect Prathamesh Mane and architect Yash Munj for the Trusted and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, M&M Studio. The next award goes to Krunal Rathod Design Studio, architect Krunal Rathod, for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under residential and commercial projects. Architect Krunal is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Hidden Dimension, Off the Grid, H9 Designs and Ashwath Associates to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Trikelates architect Adarsh Daskar and architect Pradeep Raut for the futuristic and emerging architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under residential projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 creative and rising architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to Hidden Dimension, Bharat, Ananya and Sugandhi for the creative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 South India under residential, hospitality and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the promising and trendsetter designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Hidden Dimension. The next award goes to Off the Grid architect Gunit Tuli for the creative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 North India under residential and commercial projects. Architect Gunit is also set to receive the promising and trendsetter architect and interior designer of the year 2025 North India. Congratulations to the team of Off the Grid. The next award goes to H9 Designs, architect Harshit Mewada and interior designer Neha Mudalyar for the innovative and outstanding architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under residential projects. They are also set to receive the trusted and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Maharashtra. Requesting representatives from Stavara Architects, Yellow Architects, Newness and iCatch Architects to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Ashwath Associates. We would like to call upon Ashwath for the creative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential, hospitality and commercial projects. Ashwath is also set to receive the promising and trendsetter architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations. The next award goes to Stavara Architects. We'd like to call upon Tejas Keshav and Ishwar Lokesh for the futuristic and rising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Karnataka under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the promising and trendsetter architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations. The next award goes to Yellow Architects, architect Vamshi Krishna Cherupalli for the trusted and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Telangana under residential and commercial projects. Architect Vamshi is also set to receive the promising architect and innovative interior designer of the year 2025 Telangana. Congratulations, Yellow Architects. The next award goes to Newness. We'd like to call upon architect Rajat Upadhyaya and architect Kaushal Upadhyaya for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 North India. Congratulations to the team of Newness. The next award goes to iCatch Architects. We would like to call upon Pranay Mithilesh P. and Medha P. for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Telangana under Residential, Retail and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the 30 Under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Office Arsa, We Atelier, Yash Bandari and Associates and Sthai Architects to please join us in the front. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for presenting this set of awards. A round of applause for them, please. And to present the next set of awards, may I call upon Architect Oscar and Professor Ajay Chandran to please join us on stage. The next award goes to Office Arsa, Architecture plus Interior Design. We'd like to call upon Architect Jay Shah and Architect Viken Shah for the Trusted and Futuristic Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Gujarat under Residential, Commercial and Outstanding Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive the 30 and 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. The next award goes to We Atelier. We'd like to call upon Architect Jayanti Khare for the Futuristic and Creative Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under Residential and Commercial Projects. Jayanti is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, We Atelier. The next award goes to Yash Bandari and Associates, Architect Yash Bandari for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under Commercial and Residential Projects. They are also set to receive the Trusted and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations. Requesting representatives from Axis and Grid Architects, Sushir Associates, SSB Studio and Mayuresh Sutar and Associates to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Sthai Architects. We'd like to call upon Suresh TD and Architect Arvind TS for the Innovative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Kerala under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Sthai Architects. Next up, we have Axis and Grid Architects, Architect T. Pavan Kumar and Architect M. Nikhil Sai for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Telangana under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. I know it is time for lunch, but let's try and cheer for our fellow colleagues. The next award goes to Sushir Associates. We'd like to call upon Architect Mansi Sandeep Sushir for the Promising and Creative Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under Residential Projects. Architect Mansi is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to SSB Studio architect Supriya Tombre for the Creative and Rising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under residential projects. Architect Supriya is also set to receive the Promising and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Maharashtra. Congratulations SSB Studio. Requesting representatives from DP Architects, Skyline Infra, Stylio Studio, TR Foundations and Elevate Design Studio to please join us in the front. The next award goes to Mayuresh Suttar and Associates, Architect Mayuresh Suttar for the Trusted and Emerging Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under residential and commercial projects. Architect Mayuresh is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to DP Architects, Architect Darshan Patel for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Gujarat under residential and commercial projects. Architect Darshan is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Rising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations. The next award goes to Skyline Infra, Stylio Studio, Architect Sandeep Asthana and Architect Shrangi Shan for the Leading and Innovative Architecture, Project Management and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 under Commercial Projects and Outstanding Consultancy. They're also set to receive the Visionary and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. The next award goes to TR Foundations, Tangraj M and Ananti T for the Rising and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu under residential projects. They're also set to receive the Promising and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations TR Foundations. The next award goes to Elevate Design Studio. We'd like to call upon Arbaz Mamoon for the Promising and Creative Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under residential, hospitality and commercial projects. Arbaz is also set to receive the Trusted and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 Karnataka. Congratulations Arbaz. Requesting representatives from Soul Ziv Architecture, VM Architect, A+ and Studio Push to please join us towards the right side. The next award goes to Soul Ziv Architecture. We'd like to call upon Architect Rohit Chowdhury for the Innovative and Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka. Do we have the team from Soul Ziv? The next award goes to VM Architects. We'd like to call upon Vinay Mohan. Vinay Mohan from VM Architects. Well, congratulations. The next award goes to A+ Architecture. We'd like to call upon Architect Aishwarya Salapura. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Architect Aishwarya is all set to receive the Trusted and Creative Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Karnataka under residential project. Architect Aishwarya is also receiving the Outstanding and Promising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. A very important announcement. We have a car which is in the parking where there is a pet inside the car. Car number is TS03SB7353. Car number TS03SB7353. If there's anyone here who has kept a pet in the car, if you have your pet inside your car, request you to please attend to the pet as the pet is barking. Well, the next award, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Studio Pushp. We have Ankit Ahir. Please keep the claps going. Who is all set to receive the Futuristic and Creative Interior Design and Architectural Design Firm of the Year 2025 Madhya Pradesh under Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Studio Pushp. Well, last but not the least, congratulations to Kritak Designing Environment Private Limited, Jaya Kiani and Brijesh Kiani for the leading and innovative architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. Kritak Designing is also set to receive the Outstanding and Creative Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 North India. Congratulations, Kritak Designing Environment Private Limited. Congratulations. And thank you very much, gentlemen, for presenting this set of awards. And with this, we conclude the Architecture Excellence Awards 2025. A big round of applause for all the award winners. Congratulations. And we will start off with the virtual awards in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome to the Architecture Excellence Virtual Awards 2025. We'd like to congratulate RKV Architects, Architect Gaurav Verma for the promising and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, North India, under residential projects and commercial projects. Architect Gaurav is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, RKV Architects. Congratulations, Rahul Mehta Architects, Mr. Rahul Mehta, for the most futuristic architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2025, Maharashtra, under premium residential projects and commercial projects. Mr. Rahul is also set to receive the trusted and visionary architect and interior designer of the year 2025, Maharashtra. Congratulations, Rahul Mehta Architects. Congratulations, Studio 16, Ms. Sana Shinde, for the most promising and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, Madhya Pradesh, under residential projects. Ms. Sana is also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, India. Congratulations, Studio 16. Congratulations, Projected Race Design, Architect Rohan Jain, for the most futuristic and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, North India, under commercial, hospitality and residential projects. Architect Rohan is also set to receive the Visionary and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, North India. Congratulations, Projected Race Design. Congratulations, Studio Sanrachna. Congratulations, Studio Sanrachna, Architect Nisarg Banwadia and Architect Jay Shah, for the futuristic and trusted architecture, interior design and project management firm of the year 2025, Gujarat, under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the creative and promising architect and interior designer of the year 2025, Gujarat. Congratulations, Studio Sanrachna. Congratulations, NGA, Inkin N. Goyal Associates, Inkin Private Limited, Nitin Goyal and Ritika Khanna Goyal, for the leading and most futuristic architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2025, India, under commercial projects, hospitality projects and residential projects. They're also set to receive the Visionary and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, India. Congratulations, NGA Inkin N. Goyal Associates, Inkin Private Limited. The next award goes to DIB Collaborative, Architect Hussain Babrawala, for the futuristic and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, Gujarat, under residential projects and outstanding consultancy. Architect Hussain is also set to receive the Creative and Trusted Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, Gujarat. Congratulations, DIB Collaborative. The next award goes to Iconographic Designs Private Limited, Rurban Design Lab. Congratulations, Angad Singh Fokela, for the trusted and outstanding architecture, landscape and design firm of the year 2025, North India, under commercial projects, public spaces and residential projects. They're also set to receive the Creative and Excellent Architect and Designer of the Year 2025, North India. Congratulations, Iconographic Designs Private Limited. Congratulations, Designer Studio, Architect Aparna Mind and Interior Designer Nikita Rati, for the innovative and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, Maharashtra, under residential projects and quality consultancy. They're also set to receive the Trusted and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, Maharashtra. Congratulations, Designer Studio. The next award goes to Design Sense, Manogna Waka, for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, Telangana, under residential projects. Manogna is also set to receive the 40 under 40 trendsetter and futuristic architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Design Sense. Congratulations, Integrate Design Consultants, Architect Ravi Kadam and Architect Tanaya Kadam for the leading and visionary architecture, master planning and design firm of the year 2025, Maharashtra, under residential, commercial and industrial projects. They're also set to receive the top 25 prominent and innovative architect and designer of the year 2025, India. Congratulations, Integrate Design Consultants. Congratulations, DR&W Design Research and Workshop, Jay Shah, under Futuristic and Innovative Architecture, Interior Design and Research Firm of the Year 2025, Maharashtra, under Residential and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the Promising and Visionary Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025, Maharashtra. Congratulations, DR&W Design. Congratulations, the Brass Frame Design Studio, architect Stuti Kala Shukla for the creative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, Madhya Pradesh, under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the promising and trendsetter architect and interior designer of the year 2025, Madhya Pradesh. Congratulations, the Brass Frame Design Studio. Congratulations, Next Step Architects Private Limited, Brijesh Gajera, Path Wagela, and Shubham Tudagara for the creative and outstanding architecture interior design firm of the year 2025, Gujarat, under premium residential projects and commercial projects. Congratulations, Next Step Architects Private Limited. Congratulations, Saif Virani Architects, Saif Virani for the trusted and futuristic architecture interior design firm of the year 2025, Telangana, under commercial and residential projects. They're also set to receive the promising and creative architect and interior designer of the year 2025, Telangana. Congratulations, Saif Virani Architects. Congratulations, Divya Punjabi Architecture plus interior styling. Divya Dilip Punjabi for the innovative and promising architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 under residential and commercial projects. Divya is also set to receive the trusted and creative architect and interior designer of the year 2025, Maharashtra. Congratulations, Divya Punjabi Architecture. Congratulations, Messrs. Congratulations, Mrs. Muralage, Architect Savita Agarwal, Architect Sumit Agarwal, and Architect Namit Agarwal for the leading and visionary architecture, master planning, and interior design firm of the year 2025, Maharashtra, under commercial, healthcare, institutional, and residential projects. They're also receiving the trusted and outstanding architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Muralage. Congratulations, KMN Architects, Architect Kiran Mohan for the creative and trusted architecture interior design firm of the year 2025, Karnataka, under residential, commercial and institutional projects. They're also set to receive the futuristic and innovative architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, KMN Architects. Congratulations, Ting Studios, Architect Jasdeep Kaur for the futuristic and trendsetter architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025, Telangana, under residential, hospitality and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the trusted and creative architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Ting Studios. Congratulations, Soul Space Architects and Interior Designers, Architect Dhruv Shashank Padke, Architect Shashank Prakash Phadke for the leading and most trusted architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2025, Maharashtra, under institutional projects, commercial projects and premium residential projects. They're also set to receive the outstanding and prominent architect and designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Soul Space Architects and Interior Designers. Congratulations, Blue Architects, architect Chintan Sheth for the innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under residential, commercial and institutional projects. Architect Chintan is also set to receive the 40 under 40 Trendsetter and Futuristic Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025 India. Congratulations, Blue Architects. Congratulations, Nagesh Musham Design Associates, architect Nagesh Musham for the innovative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Telangana under healthcare and residential projects. Architect Nagesh is also set to receive the outstanding and creative architect and interior designer of the year 2025. Congratulations, Nagesh Musham Design Associates. Congratulations, Morphology Design Studio, architect Pratana Patel and architect Omkar Shinde for the innovative and most promising architecture, interior design and landscape firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under residential projects, public spaces and hospitality projects. They're also set to receive the 30 under 30 Creative and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2025. Congratulations, Morphology Design Studio. Congratulations, Studio Abrash, Shruti Jain and Sahil Jain for the most futuristic and trendsetter luxury handcrafted rugs brand of the year 2025 India under innovative designs. They're also set to receive the visionary and trusted entrepreneur of the year 2025 India. Congratulations, Studio Abrash. Congratulations, Vratika House of Dreams Private Limited, my son Sia, Vratika Gupta for the most futuristic and trendsetter decor and product sourcing brand of the year 2025 India under excellent products. They're also set to receive the outstanding and visionary entrepreneur of the year 2025. Congratulations, Vratika House of Dreams. Congratulations, Avani Associates, architect Chintan Shah and architect Avni Shah for the leading and trusted architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 Gujarat under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the creative and visionary architect and interior designer of the year 2025 Gujarat. Congratulations, Avani Associates. Congratulations, Sekai Sekai Studio Private Limited, Momocha Furayalapam. Congratulations, Sekai Sekai Studio Private Limited, Momocha Furayalapam for the futuristic and creative architecture, landscape and interior design firm of the year 2025 India under residential, hospitality and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Sekai Sekai Studio Private Limited. Congratulations, A+ Architecture, architect Aishwarya Salapura for the promising and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Karnataka under residential projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, A+ Architecture. Congratulations, CIE Architects, architect Haley Patel and architect Samarth Patel for the trusted and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 North India under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the most promising and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 North India. Congratulations, CIE Architects. Congratulations, Quest Design Studio, Hemalata P, Ramana Kumar P and Samant N for the innovative and trusted architecture interior design firm of the year 2025 Telangana under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Quest Design Studio. Congratulations, Green Earth Studios, architect Congratulations, Green Earth Studios, architect Rashi Bavankule and Garaj Bavankule for the Trusted and Creative Landscape Architecture Firm of the Year 2025 Maharashtra under residential projects and public spaces. They're also set to receive the award for Outstanding Consultancy in Landscape Architecture for the year 2025. Congratulations, Green Earth Studios. Congratulations, Deeds by Swarna Joshi, architect Swarna Joshi for the most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 North India under residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Deeds by Swarna Joshi. Congratulations, Design Odyssey, architect Samarth Jain for the Trusted and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2025 Rajasthan under residential and commercial projects. Architect Samarth is also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Design Odyssey. Congratulations, Carve Architects, architect Keshav Rati and Hashita Rati for the innovative and trusted architecture, landscape and interior residential and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Carve Architects. Congratulations, Studio Raha, Rashi Lalaji Mehta and Shika Congratulations, Studio Raha, Rashi Lalaji Mehta and Shika Shah for the futuristic and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2025 Maharashtra under premium residential projects. They are also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Studio Raha. With this, we conclude the virtual awards for the Architecture Excellence Awards 2025. Hearty congratulations for all the award winners. Thank you.